drop. be better off all alone. Be better off all alone. I'd be better off all alone. Think I'd be better off all
Are you guys ready for E3? We are coming to you live from downtown Los Angeles, where we are moments away from kicking off the event gamers have been waiting all year for, E3 2017. And this year, YouTube is up in its game. We have not one, but 2 full days of live coverage. That's the only place you're going to see all of E3 in 4K Ultra HD. That's all the press conferences, including Xbox and the reveal of Project Scorpio in just 1 hour. The PlayStation press conference, Ubisoft, and Bethesda. We've also got first looks, tons of guests, your favorite YouTube creators, and so much more. I'm Geoff Keighley, and this is YouTube Live at E3, and it starts right now. Did it. Hello, internets. It's me, Geoff Keighley, and welcome to YouTube Live at E3, your center of the gaming universe. Now, we've got 2 days of full coverage of E3 live in 4K Ultra HD on YouTube, and we'll be here all day today and tomorrow streaming live, and we have so much to get to with all the big video games from all the big video game companies. YouTube Live at E3 is your one-stop shop and destination for everything E3, including 4 major press conferences, starting with Xbox, Project Scorpio in just 1 hour, as I said, exclusives and major announcements of some of the biggest names in the industry, and we will have a lot of A-list guests stopping by. Reggie Fils-Aimé from Nintendo will be with us at 5 p.m. Pacific in just a couple of hours. We've got the CEO of Ubisoft, Yves Guillemot, Randy Pitchford from Gearbox, tons of other guests stopping by, and we'll also be joined by some of your favorite YouTube creators. Ali A will be here, MatPat, Nadeshot, iJustine, AngryJoeShow is in the building. He'll be with me in a little bit, and many more. We're all here because we love video games, and we're gathering to get ready for the Microsoft briefing, which is less than an hour away down at the Galen Center. Let's take a look at today's coverage of what we'll be bringing to you live in 4K. This is the only way you'll get all of E3 in 4K. We'll have our pre-show here for the next hour. Star Wars Battlefront 2 is coming up in just a minute. Then at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, we head to the Galen Center for the Microsoft press conference and the reveal of Project Scorpio. Lots of talk on the internet this morning after I confirmed that the price is going to be $499 for that system. That's what I fully expect to hear from Microsoft today. Then we'll be back at 3:45. The press conference is going to be about 1 hour and 45 minutes long. Then we've got a 5-hour stretch, tons of coverage on our stage. Reggie from Nintendo will be here. We'll have Major Nelson here. We hope to see Project Scorpio for the first time on our stage shortly after the press conference. Tons of game developers. And then tonight, 9 o'clock Pacific, midnight Eastern for all you guys on the East Coast, and I can't even think what time that is in Europe, will be Bethesda Land with new announcements from Bethesda at LA Center Studios. They're doing their press conference outside this year, hence the late start time, so it can be dark. And then we'll be back after Bethesda for our quick little post-show wrap-up. But the best news of all is that that's only day 1, and then we'll be back tomorrow with day 2 and more coverage, including, of course, the PlayStation press conference that'll be happening at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll give that to you guys as well. We've got Ubisoft. We've got tons of other great things happening all tomorrow, which you can see there. Sony press conference, 6 p.m., Ubisoft press conference at 1 o'clock, and our coverage tomorrow begins an hour earlier at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Tons of great stuff, and then we've got a huge Sony press show as well that will be happening, a post-show with all the developers from the PlayStation press conference coming here first to talk to us on YouTube. So this is fun. I work on the Game Awards, and the other 6 months of the year we get ready for E3, and it's going to be an epic couple of days. And thank you for picking YouTube Live at E3 as your place to get all the news and information. We promise we won't let you down. We have so many guests and what we hope is going to be the best coverage of E3. Now, we're also going to be monitoring all the social media buzz throughout the day to find out what you guys are talking about online. The hashtag is YouTubeE3, and right now I'd like to introduce you to our social media expert. We're so happy to have her with us. You see her on YouTube all the time. Melanie Mack. Melanie Mack, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Geoff. I'm so excited to be here. I brought my hype outfit and everything. There are so many people who are excited to be at E3 this year, and it's going to be the first time for a lot of people because it is open to the public. So super exciting stuff. We've got the social media board right here with your tweets and your posts using the hashtag YouTubeE3. So first right here, Xavier says, so I just stumbled in YouTube's live at E3 stand, and they told me I could come and chill with them. Cool. We're going to be here all day, so if you're passing by, be sure to take a seat out there. I'm going to be out there. I look forward to seeing your smiling faces. We've got more people just super hyped. We've got abs going on here. People making it safely to E3. That's what we like to see. But right now, the most important news of the morning, Geoff Keighley leaking the price of the Xbox Scorpio at $499. The internet is going crazy. Some people are saying they're petitioning for him to get sued. That's no good. Okay, so right here, guys, Keighley is not a leaker. That's at odds with his job as a promo guy. This is a fake leak, so Microsoft can surprise us with a $399 reveal tonight. I hope you're right. I know many others hope so as well. Right here, we got this epic GIF. How great is that? All right, well, we're gonna find out soon, see if the answers will be revealed. So I'm excited for that. Be sure to send us some tweets and some posts. Use the hashtag YouTubeE3. Next time I talk to you guys, it's gonna be for a hashtag battle. So who do you think is going to have the most surprising announcements here at E3? Use hashtag Sony E3, hashtag Microsoft E3, hashtag Ubisoft E3, or hashtag Bethesda E3 to cast your vote. But right now, back to you, Geoff.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much, Melanie. Great to have you with us. And we've got so many guests coming by as well. The countdown is on to the Xbox press conference. We'll be going there live at the top of the hour, and this is the only way to watch it in 4K right here on YouTube. But right now, we're going to kick things off with our first game, and it's a big one. Had a big day yesterday, Star Wars Battlefront 2. I'm now joined by game producer Craig McLeod. Craig, great to have you with us. Straight down from EA Play, a big day for you guys yesterday, revealing multiplayer, right?
Yeah, no, it was a huge day. I mean, as game developers, we love what we do, and we do everything for our players. So to finally, after working behind closed doors for so long, to finally release it to the public and show them and not only show them, but allow them to get hands-on, that's really, really important for us.
Absolutely. So let's talk about Battlefront 2. First of all, roll the clock back a little bit to the first Battlefront. A lot of people thought it looked visually really compelling, but I think, I certainly was a little disappointed that there wasn't a campaign to it. We want those epic Star Wars moments, and, that's something obviously you addressed right out from the gate with Battlefront 2, right? You wanted to add a single-player campaign?
Absolutely. I mean, it's so important for the Star Wars universe to be able to tell that story, and that's one of the first things that we want to address. And not only tell a story, but tell like an untold story with a new hero, Iden. That was really important for us. And another twist is that we're actually telling it from the side of the Galactic Empire. Yes. So it's where, they're the good guys. I've grown up, and I assume that the Empire is in the right. And so this is a completely new story that we've never told before.
Right, we see in the trailer the Death Star blowing up there, so shown from sort of a different perspective. I also read that the campaign, there's going to be a mission where you'll get to play as Luke Skywalker?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this is not just a story about Iden, but also her journey and where she crossed paths with certain heroes so that we get those familiar heroes such as Luke Skywalker, as well as the journey that Iden takes on her own. And what this does is it bridges the gap from the Return of the Jedi all the way up until The Force Awakens. So there's this large span of time that hasn't really been investigated that much. And so we get to create a really creative space in there.
Yeah, well, we can't wait to see that. I know you aren't really showing a lot of the campaign here at E3, right? It's more of a focus on multiplayer?
It's much more of a focus on multiplayer. So we announced a lot about our campaign back at Celebration.
Yep.
And here we really want to sort of show off the multiplayer, what we've been doing at the DICE studio, and that incredible 40-player action that hopefully you saw on the live stream.
Yes, 20 on 20, Assault on Thieves yesterday. Yeah. Let's talk about one of the cool things about Battlefront that I've always loved since the inception of the series is that it's mixing and matching different Star Wars characters, even different eras. You've got all three eras. I mean, we saw in the trailer. I mean, you've got Yoda, you've got Kylo Ren, you've got all these characters all together. Was it clear from the get-go that you wanted to include all three, and of course, The Last Jedi too? Right?
Absolutely. So I mean, we had to build a foundation with our first game, and we honed it into the original trilogy. We felt that was the right place to start, but we know that we want to expand. This universe is huge, and we heard from our fans loud and clear. It's like we want more. We want the prequels. We want the new trilogy. We want to tie this all together. We want all of these heroes that we know. So it was incredibly exciting for us, and it's great here with the Assault on Thieves. We actually get to show that prequel and allow people to get hands-on.
Yeah, no, it looked great. Yesterday you had 20 on 20 multiplayer that looked pretty epic. I saw some air combat. It's space combat. Will that be in this game?
Yep. So we're also bringing space battles in.
Yeah.
We actually did a first touch with our live service from our first game when we did the Death Star,
Yep.
and we got some really great feedback. But we knew that we wanted this to be a part of the base game when we launch it. So space battles will be a huge part. We have Criterion and Motive and DICE, these 3 studios coming together with incredible storytelling experience, great vehicle expertise, and obviously DICE be able to build this incredibly immersive and dynamic sandbox that really very few games can create.
Will we get space battles in campaign too?
So the campaign will will have space. I mean, you'll actually in one of them you'll be able to fly in a TIE fighter, and you'll come and you'll dock into a space station, and then you will then move on foot.
Cool.
So we're really trying to make it feel as dynamic and unique as possible.
That's cool. So even moving between sort of different experiences, of course, that you can do with Spite Engine. So let's talk a little bit about MP, some of the changes in the class system. Let's talk about how that sort of is different and refined for Battlefront 2.
Yeah, so we heard loud and clear, but people wanted more team play. And the class system is a great way to do that. So we have 4 unique classes. We have the Assault class, and this is great for run and gun, taking that front line, that charge to the enemy. We have the Heavy class, which is fantastic for laying down sort of cover fire with this huge sentry mode and this fantastic minigun. We have the Specialist, a ranged expert, great for those snipers who really enjoy keeping their distance. And then we also have an Officer class. And what that does is it allows, if you're not as good at shooting as some people, or maybe like me, you're getting a little bit older and you don't quite have that Twitch gameplay, you can support your team in a really positive way. And when you combine these 4 classes together, you create a dynamic that you didn't see in the first game with the partner system. So we're really trying to sort of create much more organic and dynamic team play.
Wow. Let's talk about something that was announced yesterday. John Boyega was on videotape. He's in a play in London. But Last Jedi, can't wait for it in December. This game coming out before the movie. And you've announced, I guess, a DLC. A lot of frustrations, I think, from Angry Joe and the like about sort of the paid model around Battlefront. This game everything's going to be free. Is that right?
Everything's going to be free. I mean, so
Is that really true, Nate? There's got to be something you're gonna get people pay for, but the core,
So basically, the way that this works is that we have free seasons, right? So what we want to do is we want to keep that community together.
Yeah.
We don't want to fragment it. I don't want to sort of worry about, has my friend purchased this? Have I purchased this? And so we keep everyone together. It means that you find matches quicker, and it means that you keep a community in a really positive.
So Last Jedi, when that content gets dropped, if I bought the game, everyone's gonna get.
Everyone's going to get it, So it's not a case I have to wonder whether my friends have it or not. Everybody gets it. So when Finn drops, when Phasma drops, when the new planet of Crate drops, then everybody will have access to it, and everyone will be able to play together as one community.
Wow, all right, so and that's, you guys have done a great job with sort of your Battlefield games of continuing the story, so that's something. How long are you committing to new content for Battlefront 2? Next year? Or?
So, I mean, we haven't really set that time. We want to keep continuing building content for as long as we can and as much as people want to play. We have a really ambitious plan. We're not going to exactly those details just yet, but a very ambitious plan where we're going to have multiple seasons where we can start focusing on different aspects of the Star Wars universe. So we'll start with The Last Jedi, tie in to that movie, because obviously everyone's super excited about that movie, and they'll want to play that experience within our game. And then that gives us a chance for other seasons to go and move into different directions and touch different parts of this universe.
Wow, well, it looks really good, as it always does with DICE, but I think what people are excited about this is that there's going to be a little bit more depth to the campaign, of course, for the first time, and then also adding in all the MP aspects, so we can't wait to see more. Are you guys going to let people, are you going to do a beta or anything in advance and let people kind of jump into this world?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll have a beta, and actually, if you pre-order, then you will get early access to this beta.
Okay.
It's really important for us to have a beta because it's a great way to sort of get it out to the players so they can get hands-on, and it's another great way to get just a whole bunch of feedback. One of the things that we are constantly doing is we're listening to our community, to our players. We have an incredible Game Changers program, which you saw from the live stream, that provide invaluable feedback. So it's all about listening, taking as much of this feedback as possible to really create the best experience we can. All
right, Thieves going to be the beta, or where are we going to?
Yeah, so Thieves, this is our demo here.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's a great candidate for the beta. I think we want as many people as possible to get their hands onto it.
Yeah.
It really has everything. It starts off in this first stage where you're escorting this massive MTT.
Yeah.
We really create this huge vehicle sandbox that DICE is so known for, And then once we get to that climax, and if the droids are successful, they burst into that palace. We can create tighter, more intense corridor gameplay where the troopers, the elite units, and of course the heroes really come to the forefront.
Awesome. Well, it looks good. Thank you for making the trek down from Hollywood. Craig, great to see you, and we'll see more of Star Wars, I'm sure, over the next couple of days here at E3. All right, well, coming up in tomorrow's show, we'll be doing a deep dive in another game I'm excited about, Middle-earth: Shadow of War. But in the meantime, here's a little taste of the epic new game from Monolith Productions, Shadow of War. Check it out.
How much are you willing to sacrifice? To suffer?
I have given up everything.
Not everything.
My lord, we have located the new ring. Send the Nazgûl, all of them.
I know what you fear, Tali. The ring can enslave the minds of men. We must hold to our purpose, no matter what the cost.
I will not let them be slaughtered like my brothers at the Black Gate.
We need to build our army.
This is just the beginning.
Sauron will not stop until all of Middle-earth is dominated.
We do not serve the Dark Lord! We will take this land for our own! You fight for Mordor! You fight for the Bright Lord!
What new devilry is this?
I come for you, Town of Gondor.
Try not to kill him too quickly.
The new ring.
Our ring is not marred with his shadow. It is perfect.
I strike down men corrupted by these rings. Do not become one of them.
When the time comes, I will do what is needed. Submit to your destiny. Run to your master! And give him this message! I come for him!
All right, E3 in 4K continues here on YouTube as we get ready for the Xbox press conference at the top of the hour, the reveal of Project Scorpio. But joining us right now from Telltale Games is the team behind the just announced Minecraft Story Mode Season 2. We've got Job Stauffer, Eric Stripe, and Catherine Tabor?
Yes, Tabor.
Tabor. Good to have you guys with us. So let's talk a bit about this Minecraft Story Mode. I think was a delight for people that love Minecraft, but got to see a Telltale-style adventure set in that world with lots of great voices, including Kat and other guest stars. And now we're on to Season 2, as Telltale does. So tell us, you announced it last week, Season 2, obviously a continuation of the story. How can you set up for us, Eric?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing that we've got going on is in the last season we got to see Jessie and all of her friends kind of went on this adventure to save the world from the Wither Storm. And this season is kind of looking at now a few years on, sort of seeing what happens after you've saved the world and kind of what happens to this group of friends that was brought together and how do those relationships evolve and change and how has the world sort of changed because of it. And I think what's really exciting is, yeah, we're seeing Jessie going up against some sort of new foes that kind of challenge her in ways unlike with the Wither Storm, where the Wither Storm was a big giant monster destroying, consuming everything. And this time around, we've got a villain coming up that I think is going to challenge the player in kind of more cerebral and more thoughtful ways that should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, that and, you know, when we announced this thing 2 years ago, it was 2015 when we announced Story Mode Season 1, and everyone's like, how's that even going to work? There's no story, there's no characters in Minecraft. I don't get it. And then, you know, for us, it was always like, no, this is perfect. This is, you know, when you're playing Minecraft, the sky's the limit. You can create anything you want. You can create your own stories when you're playing Minecraft, when you're playing with your friends, when you're out on adventures. And for us, that was like, this is the perfect material to build our own universe. It's probably the one thing for us that thus far feels the most like a new IP is what these characters
can be
are
so
up to.
creative, right? Because you're right. Like
Yeah.
when you're working with Borderlands or Game of Thrones, it's like there's some restrictions or canon to it. Whereas here, you can do whatever you want.
And the thing with us is, I think a lot of people have been Telltale fans for over a decade, but then we had a huge surge when people played The Walking Dead in 2012. But it was more of a mature audience. And for us, we kind of build Telltale like a network where there's stuff for older people, and now there's stuff for kids and family. And for Minecraft, I think a lot of people, when they look at Telltale, they've been wanting us to do more puzzles and more interactivity, more things that are kind of harkening back to classic adventure games. We kind of got to dabble in that a bit more in Season 1, and we're doing a lot more in Season 2, where there's more crafting, deeper crafting mechanics, more puzzles out the gate when you're in the Prismarine temples. And actually, I think they're running parts of it right now. But yeah, there's
all ties in.
There's just a lot. It's a rich environment for us to explore puzzles, relationships, adventuring, and crafting, and we love it.
The atmospheres are amazing. Like every time that we start working on a new, little section, and it's like, here's what's happening in this one, and this is where you are. Yeah. It's sort of like all this dream come true stuff of like every kind of fantasy environment you could ever imagine, we get to be in.
And what I love is that you get to create an entirely new character here.
Yeah.
Joe was saying it's like, it's not like you're inheriting some character from a book or whatever. So tell us about, kind of creating the voice and the personality of the character. How did you work with Telltale to bring that to life?
Well, the whole thing was so cool because, it really is the situation where Pat and Oswald and I literally say exactly the same words. There's no change for the gender.
But I heard that more people pick you. Is that
true?
That
I don't know.
True. We've been seeing it leaning towards Kat, so.
Yeah.
I have to say, like, honestly, and this is not just because I'm sitting next to him, but the writing is so good that it's really fun. And the process also is that we go through and we do stuff and then it gets tested, and really trying to make sure that the audience is going to get just the best adventure experience that they can. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's been a cool character, and that aspect that you can play either way. And but the dialogue is exactly the same. The male and female Jesse definitely have different personalities, but just so much fun.
And I think something that is really cool, like with the episodic model, because we've done dozens of sessions together at this point, and then over the course of now the season and these new episodes we're working on, and what's been really cool about that is Jesse has been sort of an evolving character over time, and it's been funny sort of seeing like the vocal mannerisms and things like that have emerged. That some come from Patton's session, a lot come from Kat's sessions. And sort of watching as Jesse's emerged as this like hybrid character, and like Kat was saying, even though it's the exact same script, fans and everyone do really talk about female Jesse and male Jesse like they are different characters, and I think that's one of my favorite parts about just seeing like, because like we just had Scott Porter in the other day, and he was talking about recording as Lucas, and he was like, man, like I always, I tend to record hearing Kat stuff being played for me as an example, but then it's like then he'll see the final version with Pat and stuff in the game, and he's like, and it just feels like a totally different dynamic. And he's like, did I record that? Because that doesn't sound like the stuff I was just in recording. And it's really, really cool to see how that emerges.
Well, we're going to see some of it now because we've got an exclusive clip. The moment you've all been waiting for has arrived. We're going to show you guys an exclusive first look world premiere. This is sort of a sequence from the game, right?
Yeah, so what's happening in this?
Yeah, so this is, we are down in a Prismarine temple down at the bottom of the ocean. It is known as the Sea Temple. And I know in a lot of the footage and screenshots so far we've seen Jessie has this gauntlet strapped to her hand. And this gauntlet has been sort of whispering her name, and it leads her on this journey down to this temple under the sea. What we're seeing down here is a rather terrifying encounter with a giant Prismarine colossus down there. And it should be a pretty exciting time.
All right, well, let's see it now. Here is Minecraft Story Mode Season 2.
Now, if only our way out wasn't blocked by all those freaky soldiers.
Perhaps they went away?
I'm guessing no. There are so many of them.
Stay behind me, Nerm.
be a good time for that structure block? I don't know how it works.
Try everything then.
Now, please!
Oh, man.
Hello, Jesse.
It talks.
Here they come!
Come on! I'll show you what we did to our enemies in Purga. Still behind me, Nerm?
Get ready, you guys. Think you're all cool because of how tall you are, huh? Proud of how tall you are? In your face. Whew. Metaphorically.
Why, hello.
Hi. Whoa, too close.
Stand still.
My sword! I can almost reach it! It's so close!
Don't worry. I've got it. Mostly.
Whoa, close call.
Jack! I'm okay. Mostly.
Oh no. Jack, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Got my bad eye.
Well, that looks like a lot of fun.
Yes.
A little tease of what you're doing. When can we expect episode 1 to come out?
That is July 11th. We're about a month away right now.
Oh, wow.
It's we premiere these things. Summer's a great time to be playing, at home with family, with younger players. And what's awesome this time around is, we premiered this game 2 years ago with season 1 at the Cinerama Dome in Hollywood.
So cool.
Hundreds of kids
Crowd.
screaming at the screen.
Yeah.
And since then, we've integrated this feature called Crowd Play.
Yeah.
So now you can fire up the game at home, and if you have your family sitting around on the couch, the player can guide the story, but everyone can log in from their cell phones, and your audience of players, if they're just in the couch on their living room, they can help decide what's happening in the story. And that's something we're expanding for streaming services like Vikkstar and pretty much all over the web. It's kind of becoming a bigger thing for Telltale too. So.
No, I love that you guys are always getting feedback from the fans. I was going to ask you, Eric, in terms of feedback from the first season for the second thing. What will players find in season 2 that might be something they requested the first time around?
I think they'll find more fans in the game. Last season we had some of the biggest fans of Minecraft in the community. We had, Stampy Cat and Stacy Plays. They're actually going to be in episode 1. And
okay. Oh, cool.
I think as we roll along the season towards episode 5.
Yeah, I think something that's really cool to see is we had such an enormous cast of characters after 8 episodes of the first season. And it's been really fun trying to find ways to, obviously we can't bring back absolutely everyone, but it's been fun trying to find ways to bring in cameos, bring in different characters.
You had such an awesome voice cast. First time I remember was like Paul Rubens,
Patton Oswalt, Catherine Tabor,
and
Scott Porter.
Yeah, we've got some amazing folks joining us this time around. Like we just saw in that clip there, the kind of mulleted adventurer with the beard. That's Jack, voiced by the amazing Fred Nadeshot. He's been just phenomenal to work with.
Super excited to have Fred, and we also have Yuri Lowenthal.
Showing up as Jesse's assistant, Radar, who's wonderful, and
awesome.
The cast just keeps expanding. And as a kind of big voice actor nerd, I feel so lucky the folks that we get to work with, and it's been really phenomenal.
You said it's so creative and fun that Telltale gets to play with this and work with great talent like you, Kat. So thanks for the first look, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you
for having us.
E3, we've got lots more coming up, and we want to send it over right now to our YouTube Creator Lounge. We got an all-star group together. Our good friend MatPat, Typical Gamer, Vikkstar, and Kyle Bossman. Guys, what's heading over there in the Creators Lounge?
Hey, E3 and Internet, YouTube. Jeff already stole my intro, so I don't even get to introduce people on the couch.
No, we're good.
So thanks, Jeff. Thanks for that. I'm MatPat from Game Theory, and I am joined on the couch by...
Typical Gamer.
Kyle Bossman.
I'm Vic, Vic73.
Just Vic, just casual Vic.
We'll keep it casual.
Even though E3 is barely underway, we got some thoughts, we got some feelings, and we're also looking forward to a couple things, so I just want to get some guys on the couch here. Get a sense of how everyone's feeling about things, what you're looking forward to, things like that. So Typical Gamer, first off, EA yesterday.
EA Play, yeah.
Yeah, EA Play. What were you most excited about? What underwhelmed?
So I got to play Battlefront too.
Yeah.
And that was absolutely amazing. Loved playing it. It was really cool. There was a lot of the cinematics involved in some of the sports games there, like NFL and stuff like that, were really, really cool. I don't really play those games that often, but they kind of intrigued me, which is awesome just for everyone involved. Need for Speed looked really cool. And is it A Way Out?
A Way Out.
A Way Out.
Yes.
That was really cool because I love co-op. I'm huge into co-op right now. And that's my jam right there.
So basically, you liked literally everything.
Literally
that EA announced
everything.
yesterday.
Well,
way to leave nothing for anyone else to talk about. He's like, what else? What else did they announce? You forgot Anthem. Who wants to take Anthem?
Was bad, yeah.
There wasn't too much to go on for Anthem.
So obviously Battlefront, they're advertising that it's 3 times larger than the original game. Did you get a sense after playing the game that was there a lot more to this game?
There was definitely a lot more just in the gameplay that I played. I mean, we steamrolled the enemy, so there wasn't too much time to explore. We were really focused on the objective.
#humble.
They're like, it's going to be 30 minutes, and we just took 14 minutes and just went through them. That was it. That was
awesome. Cool,
so,
Kyle.
But it was awesome in the 14 minutes we got to play.
Okay, so Kyle, what about you? Obviously he's excited about everything that EA has going on.
I was super pumped on Andrew Wilson's long speeches. Those were incredible.
The double mic.
Buzzwords.
The 2 mics, man. Holding the mic and the face mic. It's legit, man. That's how you know you're at a press conference.
Sincerely, a way out. It was incredible to me for EA to say, hey, we're making a weird game that's split screen only.
Yep.
We don't care how much money we're making on this game. We just want to make a weird, cool game.
Right.
And it was way better than I ever could have imagined that it would be executed. I'm really, really excited about that.
Right. I mean, anytime that there's a new IP that's announced at E3, it's a big event because everything is so sequel-oriented, reboot-oriented, doing stuff that they know that is going to get sales, going to get money. And so to see EA, of all companies, take a chance on something is really exciting.
That was cool.
Cool. Vikkstar, what about you, man?
Okay, so I've definitely had all the games stolen, but I can talk about more. Definitely the Need for Speed, I'm super excited for because it has that aggression to it. From the trailer, you can see it's all about taking people off the roads and kind of, that's what I like doing when I'm in racing games. I like doing what I can't do in the real world, getting that aggression out, so I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm like nervous being on the couch next to you.
So that's Need for Speed.
Yeah.
And then Battlefront, I think they've done a huge amount on that game. And really, I think given it the depth that it needed to take it to more of that kind of, you feel like you're on a battlefield. I mean, you even said yourself.
Or perhaps the Battlefront.
Yeah,
even.
well, yeah, yeah.
Right?
There we go.
No clickbait there. You feel like you're on the Battlefront. Also, yesterday, the announcement, or at least an initial trailer reveal of Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Any thoughts there? Any Kingdom Hearts fans out here? Anyone even know the story at this point?
I'm so stoked on it.
It peaked at dream drop distance, 33 halves and a third.
They showed one world. They showed Olympus.
Right.
It was kind of like, this is all we have done right now.
Right.
Look forward to this in a few more years.
Right. That's kind of the sense I got out of it too. Is like they keep showing here's a little section of one world that doesn't really exist, but we had to show you something that Kingdom Hearts 3 is still a thing.
It's like an
We're never
author
gonna see it.
sending you out like one chapter at a time. And it's just like, no, just wait on it.
And it's also like, how many times have I seen Olympus recreated created. He it's in every single game. How much work did they actually have to do to make that happen? It looked gorgeous. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm like, oh, I'm not. I have no hopes that it's going to come anytime soon.
No.
So that being said, we're still early. We're on the threshold of the Microsoft conference, Bethesda coming up today, and then everyone else tomorrow. What are you excited about? What are you hoping to see?
Ah, man, I think I want to see I know they announced Minecraft, but I do want to see Batman, the second season of it.
I don't know if they're still in
Are they
studio,
still there?
but if you can pin them down.
Give me Batman.
They ran out. They're gone.
Oh, man, but like, if Rockstar came out and just announced something, that would be dope as well. I think they already got Red Dead Redemption 2 on the table, though, so I think that's their IP. But besides that, I mean, Call of Duty looks like it's going to be cool.
Yep.
And I'm just looking forward to the new IPs that are coming out. I think it's going to be a really exciting year, and gonna have to wait and see what happens.
Okay, we have to toss it back to Geoff here in a second, but real quick, you guys down the line?
Oh, definitely this next press conference is the most high stakes. The Microsoft press conference. Is Scorpio going to be cool? Will it flop? Will it soar through the sky? There's the most risk in it, and I'm really excited
absolutely.
to see how it
4K
plays
gaming,
out.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Vic.
Yeah, and I'll just quickly say, last year when I was on this YouTube E3 Live, I said I wanted to see what we call a boots on the ground Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And that is what we're going to be seeing more of this week. Call of Duty World War II. Pumped for it.
All right, and as far as I'm concerned, you know, Nintendo, I'm super excited about the Switch. I can't wait to see more Odyssey footage, get a sense of why are the characters 10 feet tall in that game. And also VR. Last year was the year of a lot of big announcements in the VR space. Look at everyone has their own headset, their own VR stuff. Let's actually see some killer apps for these headsets now. Are they just kind of peripherals that are going to collect dust this year, or are we going to actually have some quality content on these things? So that's my take. We'll see. Fingers crossed. It's going to be a good year, I think. Anyway, back to you, Geoff.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks, MatPat. Yeah, Vikkstar predicted it. Call of Duty, boots on the ground. We'll see that tomorrow. We'll have Glenn and Michael and the Sledgehammer guys with us. But right now, it's time to talk about a little football. Here is FIFA 18 senior producer Aaron McCarty. Aaron, thanks for coming by to talk about FIFA 18. The Men in Blazers couldn't make it. I should. All right. So let's talk a bit about the game. You guys obviously announced your cover in a big way about a week ago. Tell us about that, because that's a big thing for FIFA fans, right?
Yeah, we got the world's biggest footballer,
Yeah.
Cristiano Ronaldo, on the cover this year, and he's been working with us to make the game. So we're really excited to have him on board. Obviously, mega star like him.
I know EA Sports is like Ronaldo, Tom Brady. It's like going big this year with all your sports covers. But look, let's talk a bit about this game and the evolution of it. You know, you guys moved to Frostbite last year. Madden's moving to Frostbite this year. But one thing that took a lot of people by surprise was what you did with a story mode, the Journey last year, which people weren't expecting. We saw Madden now has that too. But it looks like, based on the teaser, that the Journey is going to be back. It was successful last year for you?
Yeah, it was. It actually kind of surprised us how successful it was. I mean, we expected a lot of it, but the reception was fantastic last year. So we went back to the drawing board, said, what do? You go bigger and better. We got star-studded cast for this year's mode. We're taking Alex all around the world on a world tour. So we're excited about what we've got in store this year as well.
Now, the big question is, if Peter Moore from EA Sport, is Peter going to be in the game?
Unfortunately, no, Peter won't be in the game. Men in Blazers having some fun yesterday, obviously.
I know.
But there will be other people in the game that that are going to turn some heads. Obviously, Cristiano Ronaldo being our brand ambassador, he's going to be in
So he'll be in the Journey too?
He's going to be in the Journey as well, as along with a number of other stars. Unfortunately, we're not talking about them all right now.
Okay.
We don't want to spoil the story too much, but there will be some star power in the game, more so than last year.
Now, for people that don't play FIFA, you know, it's amazing what this game has become. And a lot of people talk now about games as services and the idea of these live service games that you play all year around. And what you guys have built around the game all year. I mean, it is this hobby that people continue to play. But tell us a bit about Ultimate Team and the culture around how people play this game. Because if you don't play it, you may not realize, I mean, you know, we see it on YouTube all the time, people opening packs and going crazy on YouTube videos. Tell us a bit about that culture and how you're going to amplify it again this year.
Yeah, so Ultimate Team is massive for us, as it is every year. And as you mentioned, people continually play it throughout the year. I mean, after Christmas, we have more people playing, as many people playing Ultimate Team and FIFA as we did at launch, which is crazy for us. So it's a massive focus for us again this year. We're going to have a ton of stuff to announce about Ultimate Team throughout the year coming up. But the one thing that I think is top of the headlines that we're talking about right now is Icons. Icons is bringing the world's greatest legendary players back to the game on all of our Gen 4 consoles, PS4, Xbox One, PC. And the one that we're announcing this weekend, the first one that we're announcing is Brazilian Ronaldo Nazario.
Okay.
So he's going to be one of our icons. He's going to be the first one. We're going to hear about a couple of more. I think tomorrow is an announcement. You'll probably hear about 4 more of the icons, and then we'll slowly be letting you know who the remainder of the icons are throughout the year. And there's more to do with the icons coming, but again, we're keeping some of that under wraps for later in the year on some of the cool things we're doing in Ultimate Team. Big deal again this year for us, though.
And from a gameplay perspective now with PS4 Pro out, Scorpio we're going to see revealed in just under a half hour here at the Xbox event. How is that going to affect or change the game this year? Are we going to see things amped up a little bit more for those platforms?
Yeah, so we are going to be fully supporting Scorpio. Again, we're not getting into the full details, but you can expect the same kind of support that we have for PS4 Pro.
Yep.
So we're going all in on those 2 consoles, and as you mentioned, gameplay, it's our biggest focus this year. I think, like, I've been working on FIFA for over 10 years, mostly in gameplay, and I don't think we've had a leap forward in innovation like we have this year. There's so much going on in gameplay. It's exciting, as you can see the trailer playing here beside us. So much going on. We're focusing on the player, the team, and the atmosphere of the stadiums, and trying to bring those dramatic moments to life.
And the journey, compared to last year, is it a bigger adventure? Sort of, is there more story to it, or give me a sense of scope of it?
So I think the scope is similar.
Okay.
I don't want to get into the story because we don't want to have any spoilers.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of new exciting twists, and we've got a lot of feedback from our fans on things that have been happening in the journey. So we're giving people the opportunity to be able to customize Alex. So you can customize his hairstyles, tattoos, what he uses.
right?
Same Alex Hunter. Alex Hunter's one of the biggest rising stars. He's back in the game this year. We're taking him on a world tour, as I mentioned before. The story starts in Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil, and then quite shortly after he comes to Los Angeles on a preseason tour, and then we go from there to other places that I won't speak about.
All right, well, there's lots there.
But there's tons there in the journey this year, and I think people are going to be really happy.
All right, well, FIFA 18, every year, as you said, you've been working on it for 10 years. That's amazing, and it's still, there's that fire in your belly about keep going back every year?
Yeah,
improving it?
absolutely. I mean, sometimes, like 17 was a great example where we come up with such a big leap. You're done and you're like, wow, how are we going to top this? But I mean, it's this time of year where we get to come to talk to people like yourself and show the world like what we've done with the atmospheres in the game and how the crowds come alive, all of the stuff we've done with our new animation system in gameplay and the dribbling overhaul. We've got so much rammed into this year's game. That breath of relief of, oh man, we did it, we did it again.
Well, keep topping
keeps
yourself
it going.
every year. All right, well, thank you very much for the first look at FIFA 18. As you said, we'll see more of that tomorrow. And right now, we are going to head on over to the social media area because Melanie, I think we got results of that hashtag battle, right?
Yes, that's right, Jeff. Thank you all so much for voting in this epic hashtag battle where I asked you who you think will have the most surprising announcements here at E3. Drum roll, please. The winner is, oh snap, whoa, Microsoft with a pretty big landslide there. And that's understandable. We've got the conference coming up. We're all really excited about it. Scorpio, I hear the new BioWare game. We're supposed to be getting some gameplay there, so this is very understandable. For me, obviously, I'm very excited about that. Sony, I'm always curious about them because last year they really just killed it. They did such a great job, so let's see what they have up their sleeves. And then Ubisoft, I am really hoping for a Splinter Cell announcement. That's on my wish list, but who knows. So anyway, right back here to the social media board. We have here, Snarf says, take a shot every time Jeff says 4K. That's not responsible drinking. No, don't do it. That's too many shots. Come on. All right, and so the hype is real for the Xbox briefing right here, ready to enjoy this show. That's right, we are all ready. We are all excited. What we got the dancing. All right, the hype is real. So, all right, look at this. All the things, all the people. Oh, snap, oh, snap. Oh, look, he's even got his Xbox shirt. I like it. You're beautiful. This is great. So, as you can see, Senpai here even says, don't miss opening of our briefing. Everyone wants to see the world's most powerful console. You won't have to wait long. I'm excited. Those are some epic words. And everybody else is excited as well. Look, oh, we got a gift right here. I wonder if Microsoft will end it with a mic drop tonight. All right, well, I am ready to see that. And everybody, I know you're all excited as well. So please send the tweets. Use hashtag YouTube E3 so I can read all the things. and check it out. So thank you so much, and right back to you, Geoff.
All right, thanks, Melanie. Yeah, we are counting down to the Xbox press conferences in less than 20 minutes with the reveal of Project Scorpio, and Xbox has said on Twitter that you're going to see the box for the first time right at the beginning, and so far as I know, I don't think the actual industrial design has leaked yet, but I haven't checked in the past 5 minutes, so who knows. Anyways, joining us now with a normal person's guide to E3 is our good buddy, Kyle Bossman.
Hey, Jeff.
Kyle, how's it going?
It's going great.
How does things look in 4K to you?
Stop it with the 4K. There's alcohol poisoning. Listen, there's 15,000 extra people going to E3 this year.
We should explain that. So
They're
yeah,
normal
the public
people.
is
The public's
coming
coming
to
this
E3
year.
for the first time. When I was a kid, I got to sneak into E3 because I was a member of the press. But yeah,
Were you not the press? What is it? What do you mean?
I was, but I was underage. So E3 had a rule 18 and older.
Yeah.
And I was 15 at the time. So the first E3 23 years ago, I had to
politely walk in with your badge. Yeah.
No, I actually had a special permission letter, so I worked it out. But a lot of people, as you said, and I've met people around the country when I've been traveling. They're all like, "I'm traveling to E3. This is a dream come true that you can legally go to E3."
Yeah, legally. It's all legal. Yeah, and so I thought it'd be cool to just do some tips for just people who are going to E3 for the first time who are regular people. They're not E3 pros.
How many years have you
like
been going to E3?
Sorry?
How many years have you been going to E3?
Jeff, I think it's like 8 this year.
Wow. Okay.
I think it's 8 years.
You're a veteran.
My first years, I was at QA at Activision.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cool. So
I never knew you were in QA.
Yeah.
What games did you work on?
Worked on Transformers.
Okay.
Is this interesting for a live audience?
I'm just curious. I never knew you were a QA guy at Activision.
A lot of Guitar Hero games.
Okay.
Van Halen was my first.
All right.
So, Jeff, I gotta be honest with you. Keen-eyed viewers will notice I have 3 cards.
Yep.
I lost my first card.
Okay.
Somebody around LA Live is like walking around like, I got a sweet E3 tip, my friends.
Okay, so you got 3 tips for us?
No, I got 4. I got 4 tips. First one is that the lines are super long.
Yes.
And I think that's something that somebody's got to be prepared for coming into E3. You got to know those lines are going to be hours long.
If you want to play, Mario Odyssey, you're going to be waiting 6 hours.
Yeah, I had a question for you actually.
Yes.
So let's say you walk into Nintendo, right? And they're like, Mario line is 5 hours long.
Yep.
Do you bolt or do you stick through it?
It's a calculated risk.
That's exactly it.
Well, because sometimes, and there's nothing worse than you wait in line. I don't think this happens. You wait in line, and what happens when the show closes? Go ahead and get to the end of it. But yeah, I think for a game like Mario Odyssey, I'm so excited about that game. I think that's worth it.
Yeah.
The problem is E3 is only 3 days. So if it's a 5-hour line, you got to sort of pick like 3 or 4 games that you're going to get to play, and that's it.
E3 is like your stomach, and big games are like big sandwiches.
Okay.
And there's only so much room in your stomach. You have to
Worked
optimize.
long on that analogy.
Jeff, no, I didn't. Okay, so number 2, my second tip, short lines are cool too. Yeah. So here's one thing I really genuinely dig about E3 is that in the Microsoft booth, in the Sony booth, lots of tiny booths, there are short lines.
Yes.
And those are for short games, but usually, I wasn't aware of this when I first came, there's usually developers who are working on that game right there. And as long as you're not weird and mean to them, they're enthusiastic to talk to you about
and they're so excited.
Yeah.
Because they're standing there and they don't have anyone to talk to. So if you go up to them, that's what's great about E3 is there are the smaller games. And yes, there's Battlefront and Call of Duty and other big titles, but you're right.
And I think you'd be surprised as a regular person how many people are willing to talk to you about their game. Like I'm sure like people sweat when you're playing their games.
It's fun because sometimes I'll sneak around like a PAX or something and just start playing some of the indie games.
Yeah.
And be like, oh my God, Jeff's playing it, what do you think? But it's heartwarming and I discover so many interesting smaller games through that because it's like, we know the big games of E3.
Right.
What we want to do is find the small little gems. And look, now there's ID at Xbox, and we actually got a bunch of indie games coming by the show, and I love those smaller games.
Yeah,
good tip.
Me too, and there's some of the funnest stuff to see. Yeah. Number 3, E3 has 2 halls, and they're both worth checking out.
Yes.
So basically, my idea here, Jeff, is that you think you can go to Disneyland for a day, and that's fine. I don't need California Adventure. E3 is not like that. E3, you have to go see everything. You got to walk around everything.
If you had to pick one, and what's interesting this year is usually Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo are all in the same hall, West Hall.
Yeah.
This year, Microsoft bolted to the other hall.
Yeah, and they got a tinier booth. What is that? What's that about?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Major Nelson when he comes by.
Please do. Please ask him that. But yeah, I think, but there's both worth seeing. Let's say you're a hardcore Nintendo fan, you only care about Nintendo stuff.
Yep.
You still got to go see the other weird things that the other hall has. Everybody goes all out. It is like Disneyland. Like everything's necessary. It's all essential.
Take in the spectacle. All right, you have one last tip for us.
I got one last tip. Let's play it cool.
Okay.
So here's the idea behind this one is...
We see Miyamoto having a coffee, you got to be play cool?
Yeah, because that's the thing is, opposed to PAX, opposed to other gaming conventions, there are more industry people wandering around E3 than you're used to. Yeah. And so the other idea is they are just industry people. Like nobody's like a real celebrity, you know what I mean? Yeah. So like a lot of people are cool. Like go up and take a picture with Miyamoto, maybe. Well, he's got a posse. I think that one's actually
tough to pull
that one's like impossible. but any other developer you can find, like they're probably cool, and they'll talk to you.
I agree. Great tips, Kyle. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you over on the show floor, hopefully, putting these tips into action.
I'm a pro. I got these tips locked down.
All right, well, we'll see much more of you over the next couple days. Thank you very much, Kyle Bossman. And now we're going to head on outside because Melanie Mackey is out there checking out what's happening in sunny Los Angeles. Melanie?
All right, I'm super excited. We're right here. Yeah. We're here in this magical place called Outside, and it's pretty amazing. So there's a bunch of gamers here who are super excited for E3, and I want to talk to them and see what they're most excited about. So how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing great. What are you most excited for at E3?
Anything Halo 6. I cannot wait for the Microsoft conference coming out. Even if it's a little teaser, I want to know about it.
All right, that's exciting. So is this your first E3?
Yeah, I actually just got in last night from Scotland.
Oh, that's amazing. Scotland.
Yeah, it's a
Wow.
long trip, let me tell you.
I'm sure. That's amazing. That's dedication. All right. And what about you? What are you most excited for at E3?
I'm most excited for the release of Scorpio to see a little bit more of the details, the price, and things like that, and see what other first-party things that Microsoft has in store. So
Yeah, absolutely. So is this your first E3?
Yeah, this is my first one. I think it's cool that it's open to the public now, so it'll be cool just to see the energy and things like that. You always see it on TV and stuff like that, but it's cool to actually be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you from here? Did you make a great journey like she did?
I did make a great journey down to 10, so
Oh.
traffic in LA, yeah, so yeah, it was good, but
That is a great journey indeed. All right, we're gonna come back here and talk to some more people. All right, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. What are you excited for here at E3?
I'm really excited about the Square Enix panels.
Okay, so you must have seen the Kingdom Hearts trailer that dropped last night.
Yeah.
That was like out of nowhere. I'm just on Twitter like, whoa, wait a minute, what?
There's lots of emotions.
So many feels. We've waited so long, right?
Yeah, I'm not expecting it for another, like, whatever, 10 years.
Oh,
but
yeah.
trailers keep me going.
We'll show our grandkids by the time the next one comes out, but it's okay. It's worth it. So, yeah, anything else you're super excited about?
Pretty much anything Kojima says, even if it's just like
Oh,
the
yeah.
movie he watched on the plane. It
Yeah.
excites me.
So you can just go on stage and be like, and. All right, yeah.
Exactly.
All right, what about you? Are you excited?
Indeed I am.
Yes?
Yes, I am particularly excited for what Monolith Productions have in store for Shadow of War. I think Mordor did a fantastic job leveraging systemic AI with the Nemesis system,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm eager to see what how the sequel is going to make everything more granular in nature. And indeed, this is my first at E3, so I'm positively psyched for what's to come.
Oh, well, I'm so excited to have you here, so thank you so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Geoff.
All right, thank you very much, Melanie Mack. We are like 10 minutes away from the Xbox press conference to see if I'm right about this price thing. So a lot at stake here over the next couple of hours for me in terms of my reputation. There are currently like petitions online for Xbox to sue me.
They're gonna sue you, Keighley.
We're gonna find out.
You're buddies with Phil. It'll be fine.
I don't know. I haven't got any text from Phil, so I don't know what to expect. But anyways, it's time to set the stage for the Microsoft E3 briefing with our live at E3 roundtable presented by Totino's Pizza Rolls. I'd like to welcome Michelle Moreau, Angry Joe, Andrew Renee, and Kyle Bossman to talk about all things Xbox. So this is a kind of a big deal. The brand new Xbox about to be unveiled. So yeah, let's start with the price. I think people, last year they announced they were doing this Project Scorpio. Everyone got excited about this kind of like brand new next generation system. And then broke the news this morning that I'm pretty sure it's going to be $499, and people online kind of like freaked out about that. Even though I did a poll on Twitter last week, I asked people what they thought the price was going to be, and 40% of the audience thought it was going to be $499. So what do you guys think? Is $499 too much for this?
What did
or
the
we
other
don't know enough
60%
yet?
think?
It was a split between like $399, $599, but it was it won 40% of the
Interesting.
audience was like that's what they thought. So I mean, we haven't seen the games yet. We haven't heard the whole story.
Yeah.
But the gut reaction today was people were like, "This is way too much money." What do you guys think, Joe?
Well, to
blow everybody's mind, it's got to be $399, in my opinion. But it's a business, so I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's going to end up $449.
Okay.
You go $499, I'm going to be like, I'm going to really need to see.
Well, there's a conspiracy theory that somehow I got floated the $499, so then when they announced $499, people go
Conspiracy theory, you mean?
You knew that
Smith
already.
called you out on that
I'm not going to be happy if that's the case. We're
Yeah, I
find
agree
out.
with Joe. I think $449 sounds like a good base price, and then like they did with the Xbox One S last year to bring it up, bigger hard drive, bigger price tag. I think that would be smart for them. I think if they come in at $499, it's going to be hard for them to compete with PlayStation 4's install base.
Right.
I mean, if they really want to make it a competitive, like price to sell, they need to come in lower.
And they can always have a better souped-up version at like 600 that has everything involved.
Big hard drives,
Right.
Elite controller, all that type of stuff. But I mean, part of the thing that we don't know the whole story, because a big part of this Xbox press conference is all about the games. And I think the price, I'm sure they're not going to spend a lot of time talking about the price. They're going to show games, and we think there's going to be over an hour and a half of new games. So let's talk about the games. First of all, I mean, what games are you guys excited to see? Because right now Xbox, we don't know a lot about what first-party games they have coming out in the future.
Anthem, hands down.
Yeah,
I was disappointed when EA didn't kind of show. They teased it and they said, "Wait for tomorrow."
the
Okay,
shortest
tomorrow.
of short
Show me
teases.
everything.
Yeah.
But
And that
they
was-
had my attention.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
True.
Okay, so that's gonna be revealed.
Yeah.
We'll see the first gameplay of Anthem from BioWare.
Just wondering if maybe Microsoft can grab some exclusives there to make their conference a little more exciting. We'll see. I don't know.
What about Anthem? Problem with that is I think it's going to be on all systems.
Right,
We'll
but
see.
what I'm saying is,
But but so what do they have? Do they have
Crackdown 3.
As far as exclusive.
I'd love to see a
Yeah.
live demo of Crackdown 3, like pure live. This is running right now.
Right.
That kind of thing. Nobody wants another CG trailer.
I would hope by now. We haven't seen Crackdown in a few years, but that's
Yeah.
going to be a big one. Lots of other questions around what other games you might see. The rumors like will we see Assassin's Creed there maybe for the first time? Rumors that might be tied to Xbox. But the big question I think a lot of people have is how much better do the games need to be to get people to upgrade to this system? If it is $500, it's going to be double the price of an Xbox One S. So how much what are you looking for in terms of is it the graphics or the gameplay? Like what's going to make we all have these systems now. We're pretty happy with them. So what's going to make you leap?
They need to have a really strong AAA partner exclusive, like the PS4 had with Bloodborne and with Spider-Man, that's forthcoming. Xbox doesn't really have that right now. I mean, they had Tomb Raider, but now it's multi-platform. And so they really need that standout partner title, because I think if we were talking about them going new IP for first party, it's probably not a big enough sell for new IP. I think if they got a partner title in an existing franchise, that could be a really big win for them.
Yeah, without Halo 6 there, which I don't think it's going to be there. I think that's already been confirmed. They need something big. Last year they talked about, we're going to get exclusives, and then what ended up happening is they delayed a few games and they canceled one that I was really looking forward to, Scalebound. And so they need to make up for that, in my mind. They need to make up a little bit of ground and show off a really impressive exclusive
I
title.
kind of wonder if they want to, really lean into their whole home entertainment system, because that's kind of been what Xbox has been pushing for a little while, right?
Yep.
So I'm kind of wondering with, Mixer being a really big streaming thing going on, and if it has the capacity of a computer, if it could run something like Steam and have partnership there. So that would definitely, they would knock it out of the park, I think, if they were able to say we partnered here.
Right. Yeah, and it's obviously they're tying it more into Windows, the Play Anywhere. So how does it tie into your library of games? Like part of their story is that all the games that you loved playing over the past year, they're going to look even better on Scorpio. So Battlefield 1 or something going to look the best on Scorpio.
I think they can gain around a lot of ground with frame rate. I think that is going to be the biggest differentiator between the PS4 Pro and Scorpio, is to say, look, those games that were 30 frames per second are 60 on our console. I think that's really the only sell you can make.
I mean, but that's not Xbox's audience, though, right? Like people that
That's
really
PC.
people that really care about high
Exactly.
frame rate aren't buying the Xbox One, right? Like I think if you think about who their base is, I don't think they're splitting hairs whether it's 30 or 60 frames per second.
Right.
I mean, that's just my experience.
They're
with
going to
that
want to see
community.
a huge difference in graphics. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like a clear difference. I saw side-by-side comparisons. I think it was Last Guardian with the PS4 Pro, and it was all right, but not at the level
and
where
the
it's
big
like I'm
challenge
gonna
that
run
a lot
out
of developers have right now is that with Scorpio, the games still work on Xbox One S because they're not going to let people make games exclusively for Scorpio. So it's for the first time that we're having this brand new console, which, like, oh, by the way, all the games have to work on the previous system. So how much does that hold them back? Because they can't push the limits of Scorpio, which is going to be really interesting. So that's why I wonder, like, you know, you're asking for big price tag, like, how much of a leap is there going to be there? And, like, do you guys have 4K TVs now?
Nope. No.
No, I don't have a 4K.
I don't like it. I like it for sports and I like it for gaming. I do plan to get one specifically for gaming, but I don't think that everybody has that luxury. And nor does everybody really enjoy 4K.
There's just not enough 4K content to justify the price tag of the television.
Well, we're about to find out. We're going to head down to the Galen Center. But before we head to the briefing, I want to thank our sponsor, Totino's Pizza Rolls, who've been taking care of gamers for years, giving away Xbox One consoles and in-game content for games like Gears of War 4 and Mass Effect. And they're not done with giveaways. That's all we can say for now, but stay tuned throughout the show because you'll find out more about how they're working with the team at Xbox on other exclusive gaming content. You won't want to miss it. But down at the Galen Center right now, Phil Spencer will be on stage. They announced yesterday that the press conference is going to go longer than 90 minutes. It's going to be, it's going to be close to 2 hours of stuff. So let's head in now to the Galen Center to check out Xbox. Enjoy the show.
This is the 2017 Xbox E3 briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of Xbox, Phil Spencer.
Hey, no, stop. Okay. Good afternoon. To those of you with us here in person, watching on this incredible 4K screen, to the millions watching us around the world or TV or online, and to those of you watching and interacting on Mixer, on behalf of everyone on Team Xbox, welcome to E3 2017. When the renegade group of gamers, creators, and engineers came together to form the original Xbox team and deliver the first Xbox console, we were driven by three principles: empower developers, delight gamers, and deliver true hardware and technical innovation. The original Xbox team lived by the mantra, there's no power greater than X. And today, we are proud to welcome the newest member of the Xbox family, fittingly named Xbox One X. Xbox One X, the most powerful console ever made, sets a new quality standard for gamers and game creators. Starting on November 7th, Xbox One X joins the Xbox One and the Xbox One S when it launches worldwide. Now, I'd like to introduce one of our leaders in the Xbox engineering team responsible for making the Xbox One experience great for gamers and developers. Please welcome my friend, Kareem Chowdhury, to tell you more.
Thanks, Phil. It's an honor to be here at E3 and represent 3 years of engineering the team has done to bring you Xbox One X. From the beginning, our focus on game creators and you, the gamer, gave us 3 big goals we needed to hit: power, compatibility, and craftsmanship. Let's talk power, which starts with the specs. 6 teraflop GPU clocked at 1.172 gigahertz, 12 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory, and 326 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth. These are impressive numbers that are more powerful than any other console on every dimension, because that's what it takes to give game creators the power they need so you can experience true 4K resolution, 4K textures, and 4K assets in your living room. And when we say true 4K, we mean 8 million pixels, high dynamic range, wide color gamut, premium sound Dolby Atmos, and 4K UHD Blu-ray playback. Next, compatibility. We knew compatibility was critically important for Xbox One X, and your reaction to 360 backward compatibility has energized the team even more. So right from the start, all of your Xbox One accessories and games will work with Xbox One X. But for the team and me, that wasn't good enough. We wanted more. The game library you have today will look and play even better on Xbox One X with enhanced visual fidelity, anisotropic filtering, and faster load times. Even if you haven't made the jump to a 4K TV yet, we designed this product for you as well. Since Xbox One X enables a technique called super sampling, the new 4K games you see on stage today will look better on your 1080p TV than anything you've seen before. And finally, craftsmanship. We meticulously paid attention to every detail of design as we crafted our most technically advanced console ever. It starts with the Scorpio engine. We use 16 nanometer technology to build a 360 square millimeter chip with 7 billion transistors and a 384-bit wide memory bus. This is the fastest, most advanced processor to ever power a console. Our premium design means that every millimeter and every component within the console has been architected for maximum power and efficiency. Our aspirations were so high, an industry standard approach just wasn't good enough. The Scorpio engine is so intense that for the first time ever on a console, we're using a liquid-cooled vapor chamber normally reserved for servers and high-end PC cards. An engineer on the Xbox hardware team invented a new power management system so innovative, we named it after him. The Hovis method uniquely optimizes every single Xbox One X at the system and component level to deliver consistent performance efficiently and elegantly. Now, it's easy to think all this technology and capability will mean a bigger console. But again, we wanted more. Not only have we built the most powerful console ever, Xbox One X is the smallest Xbox ever. This is the system you asked us to build, and it has been a great honor to design and build it for you. I couldn't be more proud of our team, and I hope you love it as much as we do. Now, let's see what this monster can do.
Exclusive world premiere. Please welcome, from the Forza Racing franchise, Dan Greenewald.
In the automotive world, supercars are debuted at international auto shows. Frankfurt, Paris, Detroit. But through your passion for racing on Xbox and PC, Forza has become the premier partner to the automotive industry. So today, for the first time in history, a flagship supercar is making its world debut here at E3 in front of you. This year, we announced a 6-year partnership with Porsche to bring you amazing experiences, both in-game and in person. Porsche shares our vision for the future of racing and esports. And this car has never been seen outside of the guarded walls of Porsche. That honor belongs to you, exclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS. This is not only the most aggressive expression of Porsche's legendary design, it features the most powerful road-going 911 engine ever made. Like the Xbox One X, it's a monster. And with over 4.8 million active players across Xbox and Windows 10, Forza is one of the largest racing communities on the planet. You made this historic moment possible. Through your passion for racing, the digital and the real worlds are merging in an unprecedented way. So now, let's take a look at the Porsche 911 GT2 RS in Forza Motorsport 7 running on Xbox One X. I'm joined on stage by two presenters for our Forza Racing Championship eSports series.
I'm Shannon McIntosh, professional race car driver and Porsche driving coach. I'll be pushing the GT2 RS to its limits on the sun-baked streets of Dubai.
And I'm Verena May, professional racer and stunt driver. I will be fighting to survive dynamic weather in the Nürburgring in this Nissan GTR race car.
We start with Shannon in her customized driver on Dubai. Using the power of Xbox One X, Forza Motorsport 7 runs at a native 4K and a rock-solid 60 frames per second. And we have the additional power to deliver shocking levels of detail. Using super high resolution assets, we've recreated the intense feel of one of the greatest driving roads in the world, the Hafit Mountain Pass. But in Forza Motorsport 7, we've reimagined the entire racing experience on all devices. Racing is more immersive and dynamic. Ominous skies roll in as car parts rattle and vibrate. We've made racing more epic and grand. Race through living environments featuring spectacular vistas and massive scale. You can see we've made racing more dynamic and surprising. Dynamic puddles grow as the storm unleashes its fury. It's more thrilling and competitive. Feel the intense heat grease up your tires as you battle your rivals. And it's more beautiful and alive. Dark skies open up and change as the sun emerges from the clouds for a breathtaking finish. Racing is reborn in Forza. Whether running on the Xbox One family of consoles or Windows 10 PCs, Forza Motorsport 7 is the most technically advanced and comprehensive racing games ever made. With more than 700 cars, it features the largest collection of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Porsches ever assembled.
Today, you are the first people to see the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS. And this week at E3, like me, you can be the first to drive it.
So come experience the most powerful road-going 911 ever made on the Xbox One X, the most powerful console ever made in Forza Motorsport 7. Thank you.
I'm going to play a ton of Forza Motorsport 7 when it ships on October 3rd. And when Xbox One X launches, we will all get to experience Forza Motorsport 7 in true 4K at 60 frames per second. Today, we're going to showcase the world's greatest creators with a lineup of different types of games for every type of gamer. It is the largest and I believe the most diverse lineup of games that we've ever shown on our Xbox E3 stage. Games from creators large and small, games that inspire and challenge us, games that transport us to new worlds and offer us new perspectives, and games that push the boundary of our art form. Today, we will feature 42 games here on our stage, including 22 games with console exclusivity on Xbox One. Every one of these games will play great on each member of the Xbox One family, but of course, they will play best on Xbox One X. Up next, is a game from a creative team that built their franchise on Xbox. In 2010, 4A Games worked with us to launch a single-player masterpiece that I played on Xbox 360. Now, I'm honored to bring them back with the premiere of their next work, running in-engine in true 4K.
World premiere.
We are the first. The first to see the gods. The first to tame their beasts. The first to guard the soul from evil. We conquered this land and built an empire. But there are whispers on the wind. A brotherhood born in... They are the first to call themselves the Assassins.
Please welcome, from Ubisoft, Creative Director Jean Gadon.
Thank you. Ancient Egypt is the birthplace of modern civilization. And it is also the birthplace of the Assassin's Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed Origins is taking you to the perfect setting for an epic gaming adventure. Egypt, 3,000 years of history and mystery at the tip of your fingers. Assassin's Creed Origins is also the story of one man, Bayek. Bayek is the last Magi, the protector of his community, an Egyptian sheriff, if you like. And his struggle against the dark forces that corrupt ancient Egypt will lead to the foundation of the Assassin's Brotherhood. But recreating ancient Egypt, going back so far in time, pushed us to rethink and expand our gameplay mechanics. We added many RPG elements to a huge systemic world, more detailed and alive than ever before. So today, we are very proud to show you what the game looks like on Xbox One X running in 4K. And now, just for you, Bayek is coming back to Siwa, his hometown, to kill the fake oracle, Medunamun.
World premiere.
Siwa, my home, the sacred oasis.
I thought he was dead.
Our Magi, the last protector, our prayers are answered. Siwa has not been the same since.
Be my eyes, Senu. This temple resembles a fortress. What has happened?
Get out of my way.
There you are, Medunamon. The next masked one on my list. Now it is my turn to tip the balance of Anubis.
People understand. We have broken their will. They understand our vision now.
Better be careful here.
I should go drop these priests in the desert. Let us stand and take
a fine bow.
If the people see these dead priests, they will surely revolt.
It is too dangerous. We'll pass for now. Guide me, Senu. Medunamon. You will die, Medunamon.
Die, you bastard! Going to kill you for that! See what is mine!
Finally.
At Xbox, we've always believed in the power of games to unite us all. Today, communities of gamers not only play together, they create together and watch together. A whole new genre of games has emerged designed for both the player and the community. And with Mixer, we're innovating new features to make these experiences even better. This one's special. Of all the games in this genre, here is one that the world is having as much fun watching as they are playing. And I can tell you that includes many of us at Team Xbox. The creative director of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a gamer turned developer who designed this game together with a passionate community. Please welcome PlayerUnknown himself, Brendan Green.
Thanks, Phil. Good afternoon, everyone. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a multiplayer battle royale where you must fight against 100 other players to be the last one standing. Our team's focus is to bring the most complete battle royale experience ever to console and deliver a great experience across all Xbox One devices. Our development is truly community-driven, and we owe much of our success to everyone who's given us feedback over the past year. With over 3 million PC players to date, we can't wait to bring PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds exclusively to Xbox One later this year, with an update for Xbox One X enhancements shipping with the final version. See you on the Battlegrounds, everyone.
Exclusive. Exclusive.
Let's try to stick together this time.
By the apocalypse, no heroics.
Exclusive.
What would you do if the world you knew was gone? All the comforts, the simple pleasures you took for granted. How would you protect yourself and the ones you love when the protectors can't even save themselves? Pulling out. Come on. Last truck. Get in. decide who belongs?
Thanks. I owe you.
How will you choose a place to call home? How will you build it? Work together to defend it. From the terror just outside the walls. When you get hungry, cold, what risks will you take? What mistakes will you make? When the only family you've got is about to tear itself apart, will you end a life?
Wait.
Or save it?
Please.
This is our only one, but we need everybody we've got. Too deep and realize no one gets a second chance.
How will you find the strength to carry on? In this world of the living and the dead, how will you survive?
Exclusive.
Players remaining. One player remaining.
And what a play from the Wounded Warrior. She was caught in a trap, but she used superior tactics to get herself out of there. She's going to take the win. Let's move on to the next arena. Here we're following Bloody MZERO. There's only 2 players left in this particular map. Those tracks are leading up, but that tree is going to give them direct information. That red outline, there's a mortal unicorn, and he's letting in about 100 meters away now. Looks like he might be crafting or something, but what is this that Bloody MZERO's going to do? Getting ever closer, join that beeline, and now he's going to cloak it up. Is he going to walk in through the front door or what? Looks like he's going to sneak in on the back window. Here we go. Shot in the back. That's one, twice. Immortal's in trouble. Somebody from Mixer decided to chime in. That invincibility bubble's going to help him out and put on the fight of his life. There we go. The next strike on Bloody MZERO. Bouncing it up forward. There we go. Oh, that was going to do the damage to the arrow to the belly. That's going to be the win for Bloody MZERO. Bloody MZERO wins the round.
Please welcome, from Mojang, Brand Director Lydia Winters.
This summer, millions of Minecraft players will be able to play together on the device of their choice for the first time. Xbox Live will unite the global Minecraft community across mobile, VR, Windows 10 PCs, and consoles. As part of this effort, we're excited to welcome player-made skins, matte textures, and massive community-run servers into the game itself. Because we know that the amazing content you create makes Minecraft even better. This fall, Minecraft will receive a free 4K update that brings more graphical options to the game. But we didn't stop there. With all this talk about graphics, we're taking things one step further. Today, we're revealing a new look for Minecraft that we're super duper excited for you to try out. One that's inspired by the power of Xbox One X and available this fall. Let's check it out.
Minecraft in 4K. When the Minecraft team showed me the first version of the game in 4K, I was blown away. Mojang is a great example of a studio that started something new and different that led to a global phenomenon. At Xbox, we're searching for games that are fresh, new, and in some cases familiar. That means ensuring that the biggest third-party franchises you want to play are there for you on Xbox One. Of course, you'll find these great games in the Xbox Store available for pre-order today. But bringing the biggest blockbuster franchise is just one part of the job. Delivering broad, diverse, and new games to Xbox means searching to find unique games from creators around the world that will surprise and delight. To me, these next few games do just that, starting with a game I got to play on a recent trip to Japan. It's hilarious, a little crazy, and a whole lot of fun. Let's take a look at it.
World premiere. Exclusive. Exclusive. Exclusive.
We've scoured the globe meeting with creative artists and development teams, and I'm often surprised and humbled by their work. Whether it's a story that could only be born of a different land, or artistic design and storytelling that, in a single moment, can capture your imagination and inspire. There is much to be learned by looking beyond borders. Our first party is also a place of innovation and creativity. Today, I'm excited to share with you an extended look at never-before-seen gameplay from Rare's shared world adventure, Sea of Thieves.
Exclusive.
Ah, the joy of a new voyage far across the Sea of Thieves. Just you, the wide open world, and oh, well, it's not just you, she's here too. Oh, and this guy's here. But the point is, this is a shared world, ripe for exploring and raiding with your fine pirate crew. Look at them, scurrying around, making themselves useful. That's what we like to see. The world of Sea of Thieves seethes with possibilities, with adventures skulking above and below the waves. All you have to do is jump in and up. There she goes. Few things tempt a pirate like the siren song of a lootable shipwreck. Careful though, there could be anything down there. Literally, there could be anything. We haven't finished designing it yet. Joking, that was a joke. Ah, sunken treasure. It's like a pirate performance bonus. Every player's decisions and discoveries will be different, but however you plan seeking your fortune, it pays to be prepared. For gigantic lumps of iron, these are surprisingly portable. Amazing workmanship. Anyway, better get them back on board while the coast is clear. There's really no sense in pushing your luck down here. Now that is not a beast you want to pick a fight with. Yes, it's possible to take on these toothy terrors of the deep, but you're not much used to your crew bitten in two. Sometimes a tactical retreat is perfectly acceptable, in the spirit of that legendary pirate captain, Pathetic Dave. Thankfully, for every tense standoff, there's a moment of celebration or shared wonder. But for now, stow your hard-earned loot and enjoy the voyage. On Devil's Ridge beneath the sands, the gold lies hidden from thieving hands. Well, that's typical. Oh look, here we are at Devil's Ridge. Nice transition, by the way. And so you'll shift from the heart of the sea to the island shore, where you'll explore jungles and coves, cliff tops and caverns. Every region has its very own landmarks, and over time, you'll uncover hidden shortcuts, abandoned stashes, and vistas that will steal your grog-soaked breath away. And yes, sometimes you'll encounter people who, for whatever reason, would like to blow you into little pieces. That's pirating for you. Keep that pistol primed, because you'll also face the roaming remains of those who came before you, caught short in pursuit of their own legends. An afterlife of fighting and troublemaking until all your bits fall off. It's what they would have wanted. Now, make sure your crewmates all have a part to play. Yep, that works. And look, he brought the riddle map. Seek the cursed boar shrine where there is no sky. It lies in wait for a light held high. Right, well that's got to be around here somewhere. But if you've got a bad feeling, you can always leave someone on board to brace the ship for a speedy getaway. Decisions. Ah, looks like they've sniffed out that place where there is no sky. Time to pull your resources as you plunge into the unknown. It would be easy to come a cropper in these claustrophobic caves. You don't want to wander off track. Unless, of course, you're streaming, and you'll have loads of people in the chat telling you what to do anyway. It's probably nothing. Just kids. Of course, the Premier Plunder isn't just lying around to be claimed by any old drunken bumbler. You'll need to watch out for likely locations, following your map, clues, and your instincts to make light work of each new mystery. Light work. Little lantern joke there. You're welcome. Anyway, step 11 paces northwest, through the gloom. Dig my chest from its tomb. And with that, we're one step closer to payday. Then again, some of the loot in these parts has lain undisturbed for a long, long time. That has to be the spot. You can practically taste the treasure. Good call on the double-duty shovel work too. That storm outside was nipping at your heels. Ah, very nice. Of course, the trouble with treasure, as a rule, is that the owners really like to hang on to it. If you've got your hands full, it's up to your crew to watch your back. And while they're doing that, it's time for another strategic withdrawal with the loot. Nope, not that way. That's it. Easy now. Don't stop, keep going. Almost there. Watch that next step, it's a doozy. Now that's a rescue. Regularly beat the odds and get chests back to your ship, you'll be able to turn a tidy profit by trading them in at an outpost. That's just the tiny matter of making it through this storm in one piece. Sea of Thieves, and you can live yours however you want. So rally your crew. Swear your oaths and set sail for riches and infamy. Become a pirate of legend. Just try not to be this one.
Exclusive. Exclusive. World premiere. Exclusive. Exclusive.
Motherfucker. They killed the power around the world. We're gonna light it back up because this is far from over. In fact, it's only just begun. That's why we brought in you. You got the talent. Now you need the tech. Big things too far! Today, you throw grenades. Boom! Tomorrow, you'll be throwing cars. Forget dropping bombs. You're dropping buildings. Now it's time to get to work. Time to step up your boom. It's go time! Oh yeah! Welcome to the agency!
Determination to conquer all my ambitions. Ready to this position, and so my disposition. Not seeing no limits, killing the competition. Yeah, I'm a beast. Now I'm released. Ready to feast. never have trouble. That's why they don't know what the struggle is. I don't pay the cost, and they know the boss. Analyze my losses, now take it all. I'm a beast, now released, ready to feast. A beast, I think that I'm on one, just to keep it 100. 0 to 100, so you know what to party. Are you a beast? Are you a least? You ready to feast, or do you a beast? I'm the least. Do you think you're number one? Can you keep it 100? Are you a beast?
Eyes on the prize, ain't no tripping us up. Ain't no denying, you gotta be tough. This train ain't slowing down. This train ain't stopping now. This train ain't slowing down. We got it all. Anything you want, yeah, you know that we got it. Hard as we try, yeah, you know you can't stop us. This train ain't slowing down. This train ain't stopping now. This train ain't slowing down. We got it all.
At Xbox, it's not just about finding creative artists. It's about empowering them and nurturing them, helping shine a light on their work, making it easy for them to build and share their creations. That's why the ID at Xbox program is so important to us. The team has released over 500 games on Xbox One and Windows 10 through the ID at Xbox program. And this is not just a milestone for the program and the independent developer community. It's a milestone for everyone who loves great games. I hope you're reminded today why it's so great to be a gamer on Xbox. Action, adventure, story, skill, surprise. These next few games bring it all together. Let's start with a game whose stylistic approach alone makes it something very special.
Exclusive.
The dark is older than the light. At last a day dawned, and we rose with this first light. But that light was a betrayal, only fleeting. In its wake, the night returned to claim us. After lifetimes, the light grows again, faint and vulnerable. We will live in the new light rather than just survive in the dark. This rebirth will end our wandering.
World Premiere.
Follow me home, pretend you found somebody to mend you. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom.
Rachel?
Please welcome, from Monolith Productions, Vice President of Creative, Michael DePlatter.
Remember me? You tried to humiliate me. You left your mark on me, but it didn't work. You burned my mind. I'll kill you. Until this moment, you have not known suffering. I've had enough of your mouth, Bruce. So now I'm gonna kill you. For all these orcs to see.
Always said you were an optimist. Know what that is, mate? It's about sizing up a situation that's bloody impossible and saying, yeah, all right, I'll have a go. I'm exactly the same way.
I like him.
Bruce killed the boss! Come on, lads! In Shadow of Mordor, we introduced a way to create unique personal stories for every player. And in Shadow of War, we're expanding the Nemesis system. Two new features we're really excited about are forging an army of followers and Nemesis fortresses. Here, we'll use the Ring of Power and recruit this Olog, Bruce the Chopper, to expand our army. Then, we're going to assault a fortress controlled by one of Sauron's overlords.
Oh, that was nasty. Oi! Reckon you're going to skewer me? Ah, that little sword's good for a tickle, maybe. But you're gonna need more than that to take me down. Nice one, Ranger. This has never happened to me before.
You serve the Bright Lord now.
Bright Lord, Dark Lord, same thing really.
End result's me ripping spines out, which I like to do anyway, so either way's a win.
A fine addition to our army.
Name's Bruce. From here on out, I will be your shadow. No one gets to you without my say-so.
Don't worry about my enemies. They will all follow eventually.
You want to plant your flag in Mordor, you'll need to do it deep. There's a fortress nearby. They say it's ruled by a two-headed troll big as a mountain and deadly smart, which, well, I guess he'd have to be given the two heads. You take him down, you'll send a message to Sauron and get yourself some nice new digs as part of the bargain.
I'm not going to do this alone. Gather your troops.
Will do. Oh, just make sure you let me pop his heads off, won't ya?
So we already have a few loyal followers in our army, and recruiting Bruce means we're ready to assault the fortress and overthrow the Overlord. We're enormously expanding the open world of Mordor to new regions like Saragost and Cirith Ungol. Mordor's a massive, living, breathing world filled with orc society, tribes, and wildlife, as well as stories and secrets.
You cleaved me in two. Any other orc would have died, but I survived. More than that, I thrived. My brothers put me back together, stronger than ever. But they didn't make me into what I am. You did. You created the machine. No!
So we've just been ambushed by the machine. He's tracked us across Mordor seeking vengeance. He's one of the 7 new orc tribes we've added.
Machine will grind you to paste! I hate big sticks! Cool, finally! You dishonor the Styrians!
Instead of killing the machine, we'll dominate him, so we can take advantage of his abilities during the fortress assault.
You take out the Overlord.
But before we charge headfirst into battle, we should plan our attack and select our followers.
My black speech is a little rusty. Actually, I don't know a single word, which is a pain in the ass. But to hazard a guess, he said you're all gonna die horribly. Yeah, my kind of black.
Well, I will handle the Overlord. You focus on the defenders.
Define focus.
There are unlimited ways to forge your story and conquer Mordor in Shadow of War, and we can't wait to show you more this week at E3. Thank you very much.
Exclusive world premiere.
Ori affirms my belief in the beauty, artistry, and heart within the art of gaming. We believe that games, like books, movies, and music, should be celebrated and enjoyed by countless generations. We're passionate about preserving and celebrating the games you own, the classics of the past, and the genres you love to play. That's why 2 years ago, we launched the Xbox Backward Compatibility Program to bring Xbox 360 games to your Xbox One. And we've seen tremendous growth in the program. Today, our library of games stands at 385 titles, and over half of Xbox One gamers have played a backward compatible game. But I've heard your feedback and you want more. Today, I'm pleased to announce an exciting expansion to the program. Our team of engineers are working hard to bring us some of your favorite original Xbox game to today's Xbox One library, including a fan favorite that I'm asked about often by the community, Crimson Skies. And it looks great. And like the Xbox 360 games, OG games will look better and play better across the Xbox One family. We'll have more to share about this program when it launches later this year. I'm proud of the library of games available today on Xbox One. All of them will benefit from the performance and power when you play them on Xbox One X. But we won't stop there. I'm excited to announce that if you own Gears of War 4, Forza Horizon 3, Killer Instinct, Halo Wars 2, or Minecraft, we'll be providing 4K updates to these titles for free. And we already have over 30 titles from our third-party partners that are planning to provide free updates as part of our Xbox One X Enhanced program. Titles like Final Fantasy 15, Resident Evil 7, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands, and Rocket League, just to name a few. This means you probably already have a large library of titles that you own today that will automatically get better on Xbox One X. Today, we showcase some of the world's greatest creators with a lineup of different types of games for every type of gamer. We showed you the largest and most diverse lineup of new games that have ever appeared on our stage. From every corner of the globe, from developers large and small, 42 games, including 22 with console exclusivity on Xbox One. And you're also going to be able to play all of the biggest cross-platform blockbusters on Xbox One. And every game will play great across the Xbox One family, and on Xbox One X runs every single game you've seen even better. So if you haven't joined the Xbox One family, now's the time. This week, you'll find Xbox One S available in the US for $249. And on November 7th, we'll begin worldwide rollout of Xbox One X, the world's most powerful console, at $499. Be the first to experience unrivaled power and performance on the Xbox One. We close today's show by looking to the future with a really great partner. They've been with us from the earliest days of Project Scorpio, and they're building an incredible game that takes advantage of the power and performance of the Xbox One family and the new Xbox One X. Please welcome Patrick Sutherland, Executive Vice President, EA Worldwide Studios.
New IP is the lifeblood of our industry. It's also risky. At EA, we have teams dreaming up a lot of projects, and only the greatest will make it their way to you. And that's okay. It's all a part of the creative process. And it's worth it, because when you find something special, there's no better feeling as a developer than introducing players to a brand new world. And as a player, there's no better feeling than losing yourself in a completely new experience. Our developers at BioWare have been creating something truly special. A huge open world that is lush, savage, mysterious, and ever-changing. Filled with interesting characters and new types of gameplay you'll enjoy with your friends for years to come. This is what's possible when we take an extraordinary vision and combine it with the latest technologies and hardware. Amazing concepts become possible. Great ideas become reality. So here we are, and we are so excited to share this with all of you. On behalf of the team at BioWare, let's see what this game looks like running on an Xbox One X. Here's John Warner from BioWare to show you Anthem.
Hi, I'm John Warner, Game Director for Anthem. Here is the world premiere of Anthem's gameplay.
Hey!
Freelancer.
Praxley,
Listen, there's trouble. Big trouble.
what did you do?
A mistake. I hired some people. They weren't freelancers. I know. They said they could handle it, and the price was right. I thought maybe...
Unbelievable.
You're right. It was stupid. I'm sorry. But they're still out there. Somewhere. If you could just bring them back. Anything you need.
In the world of Anthem, you and your friends are freelancers, the heroes who leave the safety of the walls of Fort Tarsus to explore the unknown and protect humanity. Let's join two players as they head out on an expedition.
Hey, Paul. You ready to go?
We're just grabbing some supplies. Just about ready.
What are you going to use today?
I decided to go with the Colossus.
I'm going to use my Ranger. Try out some new upgrades.
Every player will own an array of exosuits we call Javelins. These suits give players superhuman abilities and are heavily customizable so they look and play how you want.
Bam. Looking good. Nice. You've got a mortar equipped.
Yeah, I got it on the weekend. You lead the way, I'll follow.
This is a vast open world you explore with your friends. Each Javelin exosuit has its own unique playstyle. The Ranger is balanced and all-purpose, while the Colossus is a tanking powerhouse.
All right. Let's see what's up here.
The world of Anthem is hostile, and threats can come from any direction. It's a dynamic world where the unexpected is around every corner.
Yeah, he seems like a problem for another day.
We're getting some fire from up ahead.
I'll go low. You flank.
Hang in there. Almost there. Have you been in there yet?
I haven't. We should do that later with Kim.
Yeah, you could use the XP. Hello, treasure. I think we got some action back.
Anyone, we're under attack. Anyone in the area, we're under attack.
I think that's part of Praxis' mission.
You can equip your Javelin exosuit with gear that brings devastating power to combat.
Oh, there are a lot of scars down there. Oh, the scars have a heavy.
I have time to use that mortar. Give me some covering fire. There's a bunch more coming in.
Okay, I'll get this round. Oh, come on. Be something good. Oh, yes! Jer's wrap.
Oh, nice.
Large-scale world events like Shaper Storms are dynamic and pull you off the beaten path with the promise of new stories to discover.
Oh, Shipper Storm incoming. Okay, actually, let's get some more people. Hold on a sec.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Right behind you. Whoa. This storm is getting crazy. So what are we supposed to do? Fly into it?
All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
Our story is out there.
people are hyped. I guess they felt true power. Hey everyone, it's Geoff Keighley. We are back here on YouTube Live at E3, and I'm joined by Bernie Burns, Michelle Morrow, Angry Joe, and Andrew Renee. That was the Xbox One X press conference. Keighley redeemed.
Yeah.
$4.99. Yeah. $4.99. They slipped that in there very subtly. But yeah, let's get some gut reactions. So $4.99 based on what you saw there. Bernie, are you replacing your Xbox with this?
I mean, I'll always upgrade. I mean, Xbox is the platform that I tend to gravitate towards on console anyway, so definitely. I was pretty excited by the name because I heard some horrible rumors of what it could be named. And I love the fact that it's Xbox One X because they've avoided the whole X-Bone problem. Yeah. Now the acronym for Xbox One X is Xbox, which is great. They brought the marketing all back around full circle.
Isn't that XOX?
You're
including the B. Okay.
I'll give you the benefit.
XOX. Xbox.
I kind of like Scorpio. I'm going to be honest. I kind of felt a little sad.
It had so
I
much
was like,
momentum
that name
around
was
that
so cool.
Scorpio name.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everyone's talking about Project Scorpio, and now
Yeah,
it's just...
but like those names, like the only other one I can think of that was publicly said was when Kinect was called Natal, and they moved away from that to something. Yeah.
But yeah, Xbox One S. This is Xbox One X. So it's double the price of an Xbox One S. So based on what you guys saw, do you think it's double the value there, what you're getting, Michelle?
I mean, I'm with Bernie in that I will always upgrade. I think you still get the value in it. I mean, I think that there's still more to be learned too about Mixer and the capabilities in there. So I do believe that, yeah, I mean, I think it's worth the price.
All right, Joe?
really.
Joe's shaking his head.
Not a lot of
Angry
people
Joe?
have that kind of disposable income.
Yeah.
That's true.
And they may already have an Xbox One. A lot of my friends already upgraded to the Xbox One S. And so from what I saw there wasn't a whole lot to convince me to just run out and get it right when it releases. They need to back it up a lot more. I kept looking for which ones had the Xbox One X enhancement and trying to see if it was better looking than previous versions. And what I saw there didn't really convince me. Maybe in the future they can show more, but
And it looked
at
like
that
launch,
price
it felt
point,
like, Lucky's Tale, Crackdown. I guess Forza will be out by then, or they'll have an enhanced version for X,
Forza
but
looks great.
Those first two
Wow.
assets, when you look at Forza and Metro, I was like, wow, I was blown away.
Metro
And
looked
then-
like that's where my hype was
yeah.
here,
Yeah.
and then over time I think that
What do you think,
kind of
AR?
dissipated.
I think you have to have a 4K TV to make this make sense for you as a purchase.
Sure.
And if you don't have a 4K TV, then think about that more than doubles the cost of this purchase, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's a really expensive toy. Like people ask me, do I need a PS4 Pro? And I say, no, you don't need a PS4 Pro. A PS4 does just as good of a job as the PS4 Pro, and I think it's the exact same thing here. Do these assets look beautiful? I mean, like I was drooling during that Metro trailer.
Yeah.
It was gorgeous.
Yeah.
But like, is that necessary for the gaming experience on Xbox right now?
Right.
Definitely not.
Well, and we're going to see a lot of those game developers coming by, and then Major Nelson will be here with Carl from the Xbox Design Lab. We're going to have the first unboxing of the One X, because they didn't ever show the actual console on stage. And based on what they're saying, it's smaller than the Xbox One S.
That's super impressive. I will say that it's smaller is amazing, especially when you think about how large the original box was when they debuted it, so many years ago now.
And
like that they've made it sleeker and smaller is, I love that.
Was it just my eyes, or was it like a black green or a very
Yeah.
dark green?
That's why we
I know
haven't
the
seen it, right?
LED
Yeah.
was green, like a dark greenish.
Yeah.
But
Almost
is
like
it
Phil's
is it
jacket.
jet black or is it greenish black?
We'll find
Military
out soon
black.
enough. It'll be here. All right, well, we're going to keep talking, but right now we're going to head over to Melanie Mack to give some reactions from you guys using the hashtag YouTube3. Mel?
Hey, thank you, Jeff. I had so much fun watching the press conference with all of you guys on YouTube, and I saw those super chats. Don't think I didn't see those, and if you're watching right now on YouTube and you want to leave a super chat, check that out on your web browser and also on Android. But right now, I've got the exclusive on some social media all about the press conference. So it kind of had some mixed reviews. Some people were a little disappointed. A lot of people were really excited though. They announced so many games, and some of the more notable ones were Assassin's Creed Origins. I'm a big Assassin's Creed fan, so I'm about this. Egypt is just like the best setting, so it's gonna be amazing. And Cuphead release date, which is funny because I know a lot of my friends personally, they've been tweeting about it. It's like their most anticipated game, so September 29th. The hype is real. And then finally, my favorite thing was Life is Strange, the sequel, Before the Storm. So A lot of you know I'm a huge fan of Life is Strange. I streamed it. It was a feels trip. And there were so many questions though, like what happened before all this? What's up with Rachel? We're gonna find out, so I'm so excited. So super great stuff going on here. And then also, the Xbox One X price point. Geoff, you spoiled it. You bad promo guy. What's up with that?
I spoiled it. Yeah, I was, but.
Can you spoil a price, really?
Well, and it's also like when you actually think about it, for what the technology that's in there, it's not like a terrible price. It's just a question of like how much differentiation will there be in games? Do you have a 4K TV? It's sort of like, that's why I think Sony did a good job with PS4 to PS4 Pro. It was like sort of a premium edition, which you could get, but it didn't sort of displace PS4.
True.
The problem was Project Scorpio. I think it was sold last year as this true next generation release, so people were expecting this whole start. But look, every game you saw there, it's the first time ever that every game you saw there is still going to work on your Xbox One S. So it sort of holds games back a little bit because like Anthem or Metro or Forza, they're going to work on your regular Xbox already.
But you know, we'll see what developers do like 2 or 3 years from now, because developers will eventually drive that. But even talking about like the size of it, the way we talk about this thing is, I was hoping to talk about a new console, and I feel like the way we talk about it is just it's a revision of the current Xbox One.
And it looks the same almost, right?
Yeah.
It's not
smaller.
It's fine, smaller, but it's not like some crazy new radical design.
But it does feel like more of an answer to the PS Pro now than it does against the way we were sold it last year. Yeah.
Exactly. This leaped forward, and I agree. So you know, out of all those games that you guys saw today, it was interesting that I thought at the beginning, Forza and Metro looked really good. Were there other games that stood out to you guys? Anthem looked really strong at the end.
I mean, Assassin's Creed, of course.
Assassin's Creed looks great.
It looked fantastic.
Beyond all systems. The thing, as you said, is like, which are the truly exclusive first-party games? And really, all we saw Crackdown, we saw Sea of Thieves, State of Decay.
I mean, Ori.
The ones that we knew about already.
Beautiful,
And the Darwin project too. Wasn't that exclusive?
That's a good
No, it's on
question. I don't
PC
know.
as well.
They're going to be
on
coming.
PC as well.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, almost all the Xbox games I feel like come to PC now, but they, you know, exactly. It's out of all those titles, let's talk about some of them. Crackdown. Joe, what do you think of Crackdown? Waited a few years to
Well, I
see
hate
that
to be negative again, but I was waiting to see lots of city destruction. They talked about how much, you know, horsepower they can get out of the servers. You know, they did all those upgrades to the Xbox Live service. And for some reason, if you notice real close, I didn't see really any building get blown up. In fact, like, look, 12 rockets hit an overpass.
That was the big
and the
idea
overpass didn't
originally,
break.
right? With all the cloud
I was really
computing for
surprised
physics.
with a lack of destruction. Is that still a major feature in the game? If it's not, they need to tell us.
They'll be here on set, Joe.
Okay, well, you need to ask
Grill them.
All the developers.
Where did the
die.
destruction?
But Terry Crews did have a
Terry
script.
Crews,
Yeah,
oh my
Terry
God, I
Crews.
love Terry Crews is my friend. They just need to make him the actual main character of the game. I want to play that game with him. He seems like a good time.
As a voice, no live action,
Yeah.
please. That gets
I
a little
think
scary.
Terry, I think he is the voice of the main character, isn't he?
Yeah, as long as we're not the live action segment.
Yeah,
like
live-
leave
What?
that for
That was
marketing.
awesome.
But leave it for marketing.
What are
Leave
you
it for
talking
marketing.
about?
I played enough of those games in the 90s on CD-ROM.
Yeah, for sure. So anything else that stood out to you guys? You know, lots of indie games. We saw Cuphead.
Finally has a release date.
Ashen. Exactly. Yeah, coming in September.
I love State of Decay.
right.
And State of Decay was a great game, but even as someone who really loved the game, the first one felt unfinished, even when they did the remastered survival edition. So I think State of Decay 2 is going to be a tremendous game. And I also loved Shadow of Mordor. I didn't know that I wanted revenge in a game. Like they gamified the feeling of revenge.
Yes.
It seems like now they're just taking that to the next level.
It
So
looks
super excited about Shadow.
Yeah, they did a really, like, that game looks incredible. Michael DePlater will be here with us.
Oh my
So
God.
the big thing I think that everyone is looking at this is saying it's going to be great for Xbox owners to potentially upgrade, but was there anything you saw there that you think is going to get like the PlayStation fan base to say like, you know, I'm leaving PlayStation behind, I'm moving to Xboxes. They are now going to have, you know, what they keep saying, the most powerful console out there. So it's more powerful than a PS4 Pro. Is there anything there you see that makes you think the PlayStation fans are going to move over?
I mean, no. Like, that was the really kind of disappointing part of this conference. We saw some really great demos, including like really lengthy Sea of Thieves demo and things like that, but and the new MMO that they announced as well. But I think that they didn't come with like the really over-the-top experiences that's going to make people jump to a different console.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, and that was kind of a bummer.
Especially with all the hype. I mean, there's such hype around Scorpio, and with this coming out, that I think we felt like maybe it got overhyped in a way that
Yeah,
we
I'm a little
expected
underwhelmed.
way more than what they were actually
And the
given.
experience too, to me, it's like, Xbox Live. I mean, they talked a little bit about Mixer, but it's sort of like, how is the sort of, the hardware going to allow you to do really interesting things like switching between games on the fly or anything like that? And we didn't get, maybe there is some of that stuff, but we didn't get a lot of that.
But listen, you can have, sextillion, quadrillion, gigaflop, teraflops. it doesn't matter if you don't have the games that, can take advantage of that or support it. And I just didn't see enough of that. It seemed like slightly upgraded games from the Xbox One, S into the X. And maybe a year down along the line or something, when the developers have a lot more time, we'll start to see something that looks even better. And
All right, so
shows
let's
off.
get some grades. Go down A to F scale. What would you grade this press conference?
I mean, I would give this one a solid B-, I would say. I'd say this is one of the rougher ones in the last few years for Xbox, just because I think announcing it first last year, they just set up too much speculation for a year and too much hype, and I think people were hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree with that. Michelle?
Yeah, I'd give them a solid C. It was average. I think they had a lot of potential, and they just didn't hit it in the way that I know that I wanted to see it.
Right.
So,
Joe,
still cool.
This is going to be tough for Angry Joe.
I really wanted Microsoft to win this one and
I think we all
and
kinda
put
did.
Sony on notice, because Sony I feel has kind of been killing it, at least the last year and previous year. Well, I normally scale out of 10, but if I was on that grade, I'd have to go with a C as well.
C? Okay.
Yeah, probably C.
On the Angry Joe scale, it's what, a 6 or 7? Or what?
Yeah, Angry Joe scale would be about a 6.
Don't want to spoil your
Maybe
video.
even a 5. Well,
What did you give? What did you
look?
What did
It
you give?
was-
Yeah,
it was tough to
yesterday it
keep
was
up.
like a 5 or 6.
Here's the problem, Jeff, is that the branding was all off. Like, I couldn't see which one was exclusive to the actual console and which one was exclusive to the enhancements of the X, and which one is also on computer, and so that got real muddy, that message. And so I actually have to go back and watch it again to see where the impact was.
There's a lot of messaging there, you're right, with
yeah.
like lower thirds and everything.
I mean,
All right.
Anthem looked great, though.
Yeah, it did.
It looked good.
Yeah.
John Warner will be here with us. Tell us more about that one. Andrea Renee?
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to split the difference here. I would love to give them a B, but they just didn't bring the kind of experiences that Xbox is known for.
Yep.
I think it's amazing that they are expanding their indie development scene and really bringing ID at Xbox forward. But I mean, I think I'm going to have to go C+. The messaging was all over the place. The price point's
Phil
too
Spencer
high.
letting you down.
They didn't even give a Halo teaser. I know they
I was
said
going to
they
say, I'm
were
going to have to ask them when they come by,
not even
because
like
they...
a 30-second teaser, nothing.
They teased that they were going to have some kind of Halo news, not like Halo 6 here. Then I didn't. It was interesting. They didn't mention Halo or Gears at all in the press conference.
One of those things that made it feel like it wasn't another generation of consoles, because those are the titles you expect to see something related to a new generation of consoles.
Great point, Bernie.
They lack the heavy hitters of the exclusives. You know what I'm saying? We knew about the ones that they showed off, State of Decay and Crackdown 3 and various ones. And then the ones that they did show off that were super impressive, like Anthem, are multi-platform. So
That's right. You're going to play it on everything.
Yeah.
Looks good. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for hanging with us. You guys had to forgo being there in person to be with us in the studio. We really appreciate it. So thanks, Bernie and Michelle, Joe and Andrea. We're going to head on over here because now we've got to get to some games and some demos. And joining us right now with an exclusive first look at Fortnite is creative director Darren Sugg. Darren, good to see you, man. How's everything? Great to have you on. So Fortnite, you guys just re-revealed last week the game, and we're going to take a look at some high-end footage that shows how this game is going to look running on a system like Scorpio or PS4 Pro. So let's get right to it. We're coming out of the Xbox press conference, so tell us, I mean, the new power, 6 teraflops, what are you able to do in the Unreal Engine now with a system like Scorpio that you can't do, so far?
Yeah, the new editions of the consoles let us have greater resolution, better textures, farther draw distance. The game as a whole has been is going to realize sort of the artistic vision of it, and we're finally moving to the place, at least I think, where players don't have to make a decision between, hey, do I go into my office and play this game at a particular resolution or with features on, or going to their couch. Now they don't have to make those choices anymore. They sit down on the couch and they get to see it the way the designers intended, right from their experience.
So how will you scale it up? When you think of obviously PS4 to PS4 Pro or Xbox One S to Xbox One X, what are you able to do now? Is it sort of, are we looking at kind of, more details, sort of like PC games?
Yeah, it's
settings,
exactly.
textures?
It's greater textures and greater draw distances than before. And we have a huge exploration game, so that means you're able to see things farther out and really be able to spot things and basically make the experience just as a whole better.
So let's talk about Fortnite.
Let's talk about
this
the
is a
game.
game that many, many years ago, I think Cliffy B was on stage. PGA is announcing Fortnite.
Yeah, I saw that.
I want to say it's like 2012 maybe or something like that, or 11.
I too watched it.
Yes, and so obviously the game has been in development for many, many, many years at Epic. Tell us, I think being real, a lot of gamers are like, why is it taking so long? Like, has the game dramatically changed, or what is the game now?
Yeah, well, for the people that don't know, Fortnite is our cooperative action building game where players loot, scavenge, and ultimately defend giant forts against hordes of creatures, and they do it all in a procedurally generated game world. And so only over time, the game is gotten bigger in the fact that now, in the old days, like it was just like locally saved, and like you could, it was only hosted by individual people and they lost aggression, but now none of that is true. Now you come into the game, it's like a true online experience where all your progression is saved, no matter where you go when you join with other players. Like all that comes together in a bigger experience than it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, well, you can see here you got a lot of really interesting characters. The look of the game has also sort of evolved. It's got kind of this cool kind of realistic but cartoony feel to it. But tell us about sort of the two phases, as we know from other games, where Minecraft, things like that, where we sort of are building during the day and then at night get attacked. So what is the gameplay loop?
Yeah, so in the beginning, players are exploring the world, looking for resources, so they can both equip themselves with guns, ammunition, and building pieces in order to build their giant fort. And then once they construct their fort, depending on the mission type, they throw a lever, and then that summons the storm. And the storm comes in, and the creatures try to overwhelm the players. And so they've got to make decisions from how they build to are they using traps, are they using gunplay, are they using their hero abilities, and they get to solve the gameplay however they want. Like, we've given the players a huge array of tools, and it's up to them to really solve the questions.
Now, tell us about the characters. We're seeing lots of options here, so how many choices do I have? Are there different classes of characters? What do we have?
Yep, we have basically a hero card system, but all of those cards are archetypes from classes. There are 4 major classes in our game. The Constructor, which helps you amplify and defend bases. There's the Ninja, which is high mobility melee class, in and out of trouble. Soldiers, which are grenadiers and can summon giant guns. And then, of course, our Outlander, who's the best at gathering resources and spotting treasure. They can see treasure on the other side of walls. And just generally, if you're that harvester, like Explorer type, that's your class.
Now, this game has been in development for a while, but I know very soon people are going to be able to jump in. You have the Storm Chasers program, but now tell us about it's in July. People will be able to get it.
That's right. So on July 25th, we go into paid early access. If people pre-order, they can start playing on July 21st. We're going to be on PC, Mac, PS4, and Xbox One, and of course, we're here to announce the support for Xbox One X.
Okay, very cool. We're excited to see more of Fortnite. And,
we're real excited.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming by.
Thanks.
All right, appreciate it.
It.
All right, we're going to head on back here for another chat, and we're rolling through all the games now, and we've got Aaron Greenberg from Xbox up in a minute, talk about Xbox One X, but right now it's time to welcome from Need for Speed Payback, producer Marcus Nelson. Marcus, good to see you. How's everything? Yes?
It's good, it's good. It's the day after kind of unveiling, gameplay from Need for Speed Payback.
Yes.
It feels good.
Well, I got to tell you, the action racing category, I love the Burnout franchise for many, many years from Criterion EA. When I saw the footage yesterday, it looked incredible, but I love the sense of action. And I'm a guy that, racing games like Forza looks incredible, but I really want to get in there. I want that sort of cinematic action. And it feels like, Need for Speed, been a couple years since we've seen a game. Is this, would you describe it as an action driving game now? I mean, is that
absolutely, absolutely. I think if you think about the Need for Speed brand, it's always kind of been that a little bit around the edges, right? You go fast, you drift through corners, you crash through stuff. And this is just, more kind of putting emphasis on that, I think. And the whole kind of narration of a story, of people coming together, accomplishing something together, in this world. And it just feels like a very natural, extension of the brand.
So obviously big, movie style sequences. We saw, Fast and Furious style kind of big epic sequences. We saw this level, the canyon level. But tell us, what is the scope of the game? This is one sequence, but where else are we going? What does it look like?
It really is important to get across to all the people that love Need for Speed for maybe other reasons than just that action element. That the racing is still there.
Okay.
You can still go racing against your friends.
It's
you can
pretty
still go
open
racing
world,
with
is it?
people. It's absolutely an open world.
Okay.
For the first time, we've been able to open it up, so you can basically kind of go, straight into the desert, drive wherever you want. The customization, as always, is very deep. We made it, more accessible for people. Can be kind of frightening to go in there, but now it's both deeper and more accessible. We're bringing another feature called Derelicts into the game, which is basically a way for us to expand on customization. Not only kind of going from a car like that to, a supercar of that, but also, finding old scrapped cars, somewhere in the world and then take them to whatever you want them to be.
Wow.
So you can keep them rusty and scrappy and just, performance optimize them to go around in that if that's what you like, or you just take them to one of the super builds.
Now, I haven't had a chance to go up to EA to play it, so forgive me if I don't know everything about it, but so it's open world. There's obviously this linear kind of story missions, but there are sort of side missions that's set up similar to like a GTA or something where you can go in a bunch of different directions, but there is a core narrative you can carry through.
Exactly. You have that open world, and if you want to just take part of that and go around and collect stuff, or go through speed cameras or jumps, you can do that, and then you have the narrative kind of on top of that. So we have the base Need for Speed experience in that open world, and then the narrative that you kind of is lingered through that experience.
And multiplayer, can my friends sort of jump into the world with me and have races together, or how do you blend the world together?
Well, multiplayer for this one is single player. You play alone in this world, and then if you want to go and play multiplayer, you simply kind of connect to them, matchmake to them, and go out in this world together.
Okay, so
you obviously bring the
worlds.
cars that you've created in your single player experience.
Yep.
So you can showcase kind of your creations to other people.
Yep. Now, tell us about the action set pieces, because I'm sure you've got some crazy things that we're going to see throughout this game. How stunt-driven is this game? Cop chases, because that's always been Need for Speed for me since I was a kid in the '90s. It was all about hot pursuit, things like that.
I love how you bring out cops, because it's absolutely one of the core tenets of the brand, right? It's all Need for Speed. You need to have that edge of your seat experience. Have consequence to your racing, and cops really provide that for us. So cops have a very big presence in this game for sure.
Okay.
It comes in very many aspects, from cars to more stronger cars to roadblocks to
putting down my spikes, choppers, all that stuff. So is that sort of the tension, or what is the rivalry in the game? Is there sort of an antagonist?
There's both.
Okay.
Basically there's a cartel called the House, which is kind of owning all the the casinos, the criminals, the cops. So they throw everything at you throughout this game.
Wow.
And you and your crew obviously have to fix that.
Wow. Well, it looks obviously incredible in terms of the scale of what you're doing. Tell us about the character that you play. Is there one character you sort of play through the story?
You play all three characters actually in this crew. You have Tyler, you have Jess, and you have Mac.
Okay.
They all bring their own diverse type of gameplay. So the races are kind of Tyler, that's his specialty. The drifts and the drag events are the specialty of Mac.
Okay.
And then you have the kind of cop getaway gameplay is Jess's specialty. So throughout this game, as you encounter different missions, you pick the character that is best kind of suited for that.
Is it like GTA where you kind of pick between any of the three characters at any point, or how?
You can, up till when you come to these kind of chapter endings where they usually work together. So they're all kind of part of the same mission there. And then we actually move you to the position where you need to be.
Wow.
But meanwhile, you go around, you do drifts and you do drags or races in this world. You actually choose character based on what you want to do.
Wow. Well, I gotta say, running on Frostbite always looks beautiful, but when I saw this and I saw the action sequences and the truck, I mean, it's straight out of the movies. So I'm sure there are many films that have inspired you. And so it's all set in this sort of canyon, sort of desert setting?
Well, the world is very diverse, I'd say, especially since, as I said, we can open it up now, so you can go straight into the desert. But you have desert, canyons, mountains, and the city, and the city is pretty substantial.
Oh, you do have the city too?
Absolutely.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, I can't wait to wreak
this,
havoc.
this is what you get with iteration, right? And
Yeah.
you know that, as you said, that Frostbite engine is very powerful, and now we understand more of it, and it's being constantly developed, and we can just do more stuff with it.
Well, I gotta say, visually it looks great. I can't wait to get my hands on, and we'll get it this holiday season, right? This fall.
Yeah, you know, it releases on November 10th.
November 10th,
Yeah.
right after Xbox One X. So you'll support Xbox One X, I'm sure, right?
We will be on that console for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
Thank you.
And we got lots more coming up on YouTube Live at E3, including deep dives into some of your favorite games like Minecraft, Crackdown 3, Crash Bandicoot, and in just about a half hour from now, we'll have an exclusive unboxing of the brand new Xbox One X. That's happening right here with Xbox Live's Major Nelson. He'll be here for an exclusive unboxing. Aaron Greenberg from Xbox will be here to answer your questions. And that unboxing is on YouTube Live at E3 and is presented by Totino's Pizza Rolls, so you don't want to miss that. But we got lots more coming up, lots more interviews for the next 5 hours leading into Bethesda. All the games you saw on stage at the Xbox press conference, they'll all be up here. Talking to Crackdown, we'll be talking to Lucky's Tale, we'll be talking to Anthem. John, who's the creative director of that, we'll be hearing from the Forza team. So much stuff, so stick around. We'll get your questions answered and use the hashtag YouTubeE3. You guys have a question you want to ask us, and we'll try and get it in front of these developers. But right now, we're going to another EA game. Joining me is Mike Young, the creative director of Madden. I haven't seen you in a few years since I was down in Orlando, but got to say you opened up EA Play yesterday with Long Shot, the story mode for Madden, which looked like Mahershala Ali is in there. It's Mahershala. It looks pretty crazy. So I want to talk about that because FIFA did
why I'm
that.
here.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure I know you've always been sort of a guy who's passionate about the presentation and story in Madden. FIFA did it last year with the Journey.
Yep.
Not to say that you guys said, hey, that works, so we should do it here. I'm sure you've been thinking about it for years.
Yeah.
But when you want to do a story mode for Madden, I mean, where do you even start?
Well, we started actually 4 years ago, and our goal was to write a great story. So we started with the script, and we worked on it for about 2 years.
So 4 years?
4 years.
So is this something you maybe going to do a previous year and kept building on it?
Well, I've probably pitched 10 different story modes throughout my whole career at EA.
So why was this the year?
I think a big part of it was Frostbite Engine. To tell the type of story we wanted to tell, it just wasn't possible before. I mean, this story has 45 characters, all shapes, sizes, ages, gender. 45 different sets from off the field, bedrooms and front yards and Texas high schools. And we just couldn't have built something of that massive scale and scope without Frostbite. So I think that's why it took this long.
Okay.
And then I think the last couple of years we've had a lot of success with our cinematic intros to Madden, starting in 15, where you're Cam Newton, you're in the huddle, you're mic'd up, and we got such a good response to that. I think that's where my bosses started to believe that our fans do want this.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, FIFA got a great response to the Journey last year. I want to ask you about the gameplay of this, because we saw the trailer and it looked very cool and cinematic. But tell me, I mean, what's the gameplay experience? What is the narrative? Like, where does this, when I hit play on Long Shot, what am I doing?
So we designed this to be a campaign mode.
Okay.
So it's going to feel like a seamless movie quality story.
Okay.
There's no load times. You're just going scene to scene, interacting. There's a lot of...
so third person, I'm the character walking around, or how does it fit?
There's no walking around.
Okay.
It has some telltale inspirations.
Okay.
There's branching dialogue choices with meaningful choices that aren't just about expressing personality.
So there's scenes, effectively.
There's scenes, movie-type scenes. There's quick-time events. There's 7-on-7 football. You're at an interactive combine.
Okay.
There's just so much that's so different about this, but constantly there's a lot of variety going from practice fields to games, to high school games.
Okay. So right, you're not just playing in NFL stadiums.
Well, in fact, there's not a single NFL game in Longshot.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This is an origin story about Devin Wade, a Texas-born quarterback who was one of the best quarterbacks in the state of Texas, lived his dream of going to be a Longhorn, Texas Longhorn. That career, you'll find out in the story, didn't go so well. He walked away from the sport, and our story picks up at this year's regional combine. Him, Devin Wade, and his best friend Colt Cruz are going to give their dream one last shot. So our story takes place between the combine and this year's draft.
Interesting. Okay, so what is the the goal of this is to just sort of come back?
The goal is to get drafted.
Okay.
So if you think about it in a Rudy sense, his dream was just play.
Right.
Devin is undraftable at the beginning of this.
Wow.
And so you're taking him and you're responsible for both Devin and Colt's chances of getting to the NFL. So it's really a redemption story. It's about helping someone, engage in their dream. And so I think it's really relatable. It's really emotional. I think people are going to love Devin and Colt. The acting in this mode is incredible. It feels like a movie quality experience.
And what I love about the journey, it's like, for future Maddens, assume people like it, you can kind of continue the story year after year because you're going to be doing a game every year. So it's like where he goes, and I love to start right back at the beginning. And it's like he's not playing in the Super Bowl this year, but who knows?
Yeah, I think we've seen that kind of cliche storyline, and we really wanted to go on some new territory with how you play and what the story experience be like. We wanted this to be an original story, not kind of a retread of things we've seen before.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to see you guys innovating like this on the story side with Madden. I appreciate you coming down from EA Play to hang with us, Mike.
Oh, it's awesome.
Look forward to seeing more.
Cool.
Thanks
Thank you very much.
All right, great to see you. We've got lots more coming up. Aaron Greenberg from Xbox is going to be live with us in a few minutes, asking your questions about Xbox One, or answering your questions about Xbox One X. But right now, it's time to head back to the Creators Lounge for a look at Tilt Brush VR. We've got live VR on our set this year. Kyle, take it away.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kyle, and we're doing a pretty cool thing to celebrate E3 right now. We're making a live, would you call it a 3D painting or a 3D sculpture?
It's like it's more of a sculpture.
This is George Peasley, by the way. George, you are an artist.
Yes.
What is your background in art?
I used to do sculpting traditionally, and I used to do set making. And then one day I saw a commercial for Tilt Brush.
Yeah.
And it just kind of clicked because it was the digital form of set making, dioramas, sculptures.
And so you don't even do that stuff anymore. You said I used to.
I mean, yeah.
It's all Tilt Brush all the time now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. And so the way we're doing this, you're going to put on an HTC Vive headset, right?
Yes.
And because we have Fu from HTC here, we have this cool camera that's going to allow us all to see what's happening in the 3D environment. So you have basically, you've already started this off. We have
I've been working on this all morning.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys can see it.
I got to be honest with you, I can't. But so I'm like, my imagination is running wild.
But
show us the mass of it first. Show us the widest element of this.
The widest element. Let's see.
This is my favorite part, is when you can expand it and shrink it.
Yeah. So basically, with the controllers, you can zoom in and zoom out of the world. You could make yourself the size of a squirrel, or blow yourself up to a size of a dinosaur.
Great. Let's go with dinosaur for now.
Dinosaur size.
Okay.
All right. So.
And so you wanted to make an E3. Do we call it a mural? What would you call this? A diorama? I guess.
This is like an E3 playpen diorama.
Okay, great. Let's play then. So what's the coolest thing in here? What did you like?
Well, if we want, I'm gonna just go ahead and zoom in here.
Sure.
And if Fu is able to see what I'm seeing, Link should be right here.
Oh, we think we bumped our camera. One element there, yeah.
All right. That's the thing about VR.
Can you take us to the city too?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Take us all the way there.
I'm gonna shrink this down.
Ooh, I do. I see. I can see a tiny monitor now. I can actually see what's happening now too. I see E3.
Here's the city. And if we actually zoom into this building right here, you'll see the guy from Crackdown.
That's so cool. So how do you do that? I mean, like, show us a paint stroke on this little guy. Like, how do you do detail that's that intense?
That's intense. All right. Oh, here we go. We're losing it a little bit. So basically, you get to pick your brushes with your left hand. This is your palette hand. You get to choose your colors, what kind of brushes you want to use.
Yeah.
And this is your brush hand. And obviously, if you're left-handed, right-handed, you could switch it by simply clicking the controllers like that.
Cool.
And you paint
There's a
away.
stroke in 3 dimensions. So this isn't finished yet. This piece is not complete yet. You're going to add more. We're going to come back in an hour later, right?
Yep.
What are you adding?
I mean, I was thinking about Spider-Man over here.
That'd be great. I love Spider-Man.
You know, there's a couple other hidden elements of.
Can I make a request?
Yeah.
So my favorite thing in video games is caves. I love caves. Can you add a cave to this?
Like a cave that leads to a treasure box or something like that?
Yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
want a cave that we can like go into.
Okay.
That's all I want. That's
Yeah,
like,
no,
I
we
just
could
want a cave with like a.
absolutely do that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna begin work officially on our E3 mural. It is now time to toss back to Mr. Keighley.
All right, we are back here, and joining us straight from the Microsoft briefing, the head of Xbox Games Marketing, really good guy you should follow on Twitter, Aaron Greenberg. Aaron, great to have you with us with your, look at this, the Xbox Silk.
Well, a little touch, little pocket square to celebrate. It's a special day for us.
It is a special day. So first of all, congratulations on the official unveil of Xbox One X. We're excited that we're going to have the hardware here, I think, with us soon.
Yes, I saw Major Nelson and our very talented Carl Ledbetter, one of our designers, backstage. So
they're already here.
They're getting ready to show
And they don't let
you.
you bring out the box? Major's saving that for him?
You know, we've got a big team. We roll deep at Xbox. So
All right, well, I can't wait to see it
Yeah.
you know, in person, because it's smaller than the
Yes.
Xbox One S. Is that
It's
true?
the smallest Xbox we've ever made.
Wow.
Not only is it the most powerful console ever made, but it's an incredible engineering story because they were able to put all that power and performance and actually in a pretty compact box.
Yeah.
And it's intentionally designed, they'll tell you, to really look like a member of the family with Xbox One S.
Right.
And if you see it side by side, they look beautiful together. And so, yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing how small it is. I think that's one of the biggest surprises we've heard from people.
All right, well, exactly. We can't wait to see it physically, because always, you know, on video.
We've
it's
had
one way.
a lot of different ways we've been shooting it to try to show the small size. But really, I think the best way is for people to go check it out up close. And I think you'll really, it's nice. It don't take up a lot of space. The other nice thing is that because it's fully compatible, you can literally take all the cables you have right now for your Xbox One, unplug them if someone's upgrading, plug them right in. Everything works. So power works, everything works. I did that from my S.
Wait, so you already have a...
I might have been testing something, you know.
Yeah, a few months ago.
I don't like to brag, but
All right.
but anyway, it is an amazing device. We're really proud of the design. But I think the big thing is that the power and performance this gives us. I mean, never in the world have we seen a console that can deliver true 4K gaming that has 6 teraflops of power, 12 gigs of memory, and to put that in the hands of the developers. You saw a peek today at some of the potential there, some of those incredible showcases like Forza Motorsport 7 or the new Metro title.
Incredible.
Oh, simply incredible.
Yeah.
And so I think we're just seeing the very, very early days of what developers can do with the power of Scorpio. And it's exciting. I mean, I'm excited to, I started 16 years ago on this business at an E3. Gosh, you were a young child, I think, Geoff, but we unveiled our original Xbox. It was the most powerful console at that time, and to come back in sort of a historic setting 16 years later and to share the name, the box, you know, all the details and show the games. This is a special time for us.
Now, let's talk a bit about the price. I think the death threats against me are over now that you guys confirmed it was $499, which is what I was hearing. It was interesting, like a week ago on Twitter, I did a poll, and most people suspected it was probably going to be that, but then this morning I think there was sort of people not sure what it was going to be. It is, you know, double the price of an Xbox One S in terms of what people have to spend for it. What's your message, I mean, to the Xbox community? You know, it's $500, but it sounds like you're saying that there's so much technology in there. This is what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, we're proud of the price. I mean, the fact is that we designed this to be a premium product that has the most power, the most performance that's ever been seen. No compromises. True 4K gaming. Look at something like Forza that's delivering that native 4K 60 frames per second, and that takes, you know, an incredible powerful GPU, that takes a lot of memory, that takes a really unique design. And so we designed it with no compromises. We did not build this to be a low price box. We built this to be a premium product for people that want the very, very best console games they've ever seen. For a 4K TV, it's going to shine. But the great thing is that there's a lot of nice benefits for people even if they don't have a 4K TV. At the same time, all the games we showed, everything we talked about, you know, because it's one generation and one family, all those titles also work on Xbox One S. So when we talked about bringing backward compatibility and extending that to a third generation with original Xbox titles, that applies to people if you have an Xbox One S or the Xbox One X.
Now let's talk about the kind of the games, which obviously is a key part of it. You guys showed a lot of games, 40-something games on stage. You know, I think one thing that a lot of gamers are wondering out of the stuff they saw there, you know, what's really going to show off the system? Feels like, you know, a lot of games will have Xbox Enhanced Mode for launch lineup. feels like you guys talked about the Lucky's Tale and Crackdown. Those are two big first-party ones for launch, November 7th.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing to really think about is that whatever type of game you like to play, if you're a sports fan, racing fan, first-person shooter fan, whatever game that is, your games are going to play and look better on Xbox One X.
Right.
The benefit of having 43% more graphical performance than the next nearest competitor, to have over 60% more memory capability. I mean, that's a massive leap above what exists today.
Right.
And so I think you just have to think about, this is not a typical console launch. This is not a new generation. All the games you already own work. You don't lose the compatibility. And sure, we're excited to have things like Crackdown 3 there on launch day, Super Lucky's Tale. But you know what? When Forza Motorsport 7 launches on October 3rd, people are going to love playing it, and then we're going to update it in true 4K on November 7th. So all those titles are going to get upgraded with true 4K updates, and you're going to see that not just from us, but also from our third-party partners. So you're going to have an incredible lineup of games, new games, plus a lot of games you already own that they're going to upgrade with Xbox One X enhancements.
Right.
And large majority of those we expect will be in 4K.
I know a lot of times when new consoles get unveiled, and you said this is a little bit different than previous consoles, sometimes, the first-party studios will show, years forward of all the games that they have coming out. I think some fans were like, we didn't hear anything about Halo at all today in the press conference. We didn't, we didn't hear a lot about any brand new, mega AAA, IPs announced for the first time from Microsoft Studios. Tell us a bit about that philosophy and why you guys didn't give us a glimpse even further into the future. Of what
I think today was about a couple things. I think one was the largest and the most diverse games lineup we've ever had. I mean, you saw we ran long. We were 90 minutes every year in and year out. We brought 42 games, the most we've ever had, 22 of those with console exclusivity. And so to be able to do that in a year where we didn't show Halo and Gears, I mean, I think it really says a lot. And it's about celebrating the diversity of the type of games creators that are out there around the world. Phil talked about his trip to Japan and bringing back some nice gifts there. It's great to see fans react so positively to those titles like Code Vein and Dragon Ball Z. So incredible fighting title. Yeah. But in addition to that, we've got a big, rich lineup of first-party titles as well. Now, we showed stuff that largely are going to be things you'll be playing over the next year. Mm-hmm. So, Crackdown 3, Forza Motorsport 7, State of Decay 2, Sea of Thieves, all those games are coming out over the next year. But, Phil and I went up to Coalition and spent some time with Rod Ferguson and team, and they're working very, very hard on the future of Gears. 343, the same thing with Halo. There's a lot of exciting work there, but we decided to it's nice to be able to let some of those teams go away and be quiet, and then we'll come back and delight fans when we're ready. But there's incredible work happening there as well. So if you're a fan of Halo, Gears, Forza, any of the big franchises that you can only play on Xbox One, of course they'll continue to be there. But today we wanted to really, talk with a bit of a broader variety.
I know the Halo team was teasing that they were going to have a little something for fans. What is that? Has that been announced yet?
We do have something that we're sharing. Since they haven't announced it yet, maybe I don't know how much they teased, but there is a little bit of Halo news this week.
Okay.
More related to one of their products that's already on market.
Okay. All right, and we'll hear that at some point this week.
Yes.
Yeah, fans were always
Yes.
curious what they were going to say about
Yes.
that. So what is, a lot of people are watching this around the world.
Yep.
Some of them play on Xbox, some
Yep.
of them play on PlayStation or Nintendo. Reggie's backstage getting ready. What's your message? I mean, to the PlayStation audience now that has PS4. I mean, is Xbox One X? Is this something that you're saying? Hey, we're more powerful now than any PlayStation system, so come over to our family. Or what's your story?
What I would say is there's never been a console that anywhere near that's delivered this much power and performance for such an incredible price. Right. And I think the fact that we showed, even where we are today, some of the first looks at what third-party partners are doing with that power and tech, to be able to hear Patrick from EA talk about how they're doing things with the Frostbite engine and Scorpio with Madden. I mean, I've never seen the NFL in 4K until I saw Madden in 4K. And to be able to experience the NFL in 4K for the first time on an Xbox One X is simply going to be stunning for sports fans. I thought Anthem was another great example of really taking full power of that. So, just with any type of new hardware, you sort of, usually it's, by the way, I thought we started great, but I think it tends to get better and better and better with time as developers have more time. With that said, we've been really impressed how quickly devs have been able to get stuff up and running in a matter of days. I thought Assassin's Creed looked simply incredible and stunning in 4K as well. Metroid,
whoa, breaking news.
Metro, apologies. It's a long week, Jeff, at E3. It's a long week. So Metro, people played Metro back in the day, 6 years ago, I think it came out. It's a great single-player, narrative, and kind of before the big zombie game craze. They were really doing a lot of innovation there, and so I'm excited to see that come back. You saw, how visually stunning that game looks as well. So I think for us, it's like, listen, if you want the very best, you're one of those people that wants the best, the high-end, true 4K gaming, no compromises, we have a product for you with Xbox One X. If you want the best value in gaming, Xbox One S is now $50 off. It's $249. We have a massive library of games. We have tons of great exclusives. And we now have 3 generations of Xbox games you can play in all in one place.
Right.
Both products have 4K Blu-ray built in. Both products do 4K entertainment. But of course, if you want the real high end, that's what we're excited to be able to announce today.
Are you still taking the stance that developers are not going to be able to make games exclusively for the One X?
Yeah, we're a family. So the idea there is that the S and the X both are part of the members of that family, and the games will run on both. You'll have one, if you go into a store, there'll be one box for Forza Motorsport 7. That box will run in true 4K on an Xbox One X, and it will run in glorious HD with super sampling on your Xbox One S. And so we're trying to make it simple for customers. And in fact, as they're investing in that library, they're already ready, and they'll get the upgrades if they ever decide to go get an Xbox One X. So that's the idea, just to give customers choice, and they can decide how much they want in performance, how much they want to invest. But we feel like from a value standpoint, you really can't beat the Xbox One S today, the library, what you get with that product. And then on the high end, way beyond what else exists.
And it's only in black right now?
Yes.
And only one configuration?
There is just one. The team has a different color, so I'll let them reveal. It's a little fancier than just black, but
iodized, metallic black.
Major and Carl will talk about that. But they've done a stunning job with the design. What I love is the family look. We have a lot of history with black, and then to do the Xbox One S and kind of come out with something different and white was fun. But yeah, no, this is a super powerful console, the likes we've never seen before, and I actually like the color choice.
Well, we can't wait to see it live. Aaron, you rung the bell on some great news today. Thank you so much for coming by. We'll see you more throughout the week, and now we're going to head over to Melanie Mack for more reaction from the community. Mel?
Thank you, Jeff. So I have been backstage counting all the tweets, every single one of them. We're trying to figure out what generated most of the buzz from Microsoft. And right here we have, boom, boom, wow. Well, I counted them, so I know. Here we go, never mind, we got this. Okay, Xbox One X, 57%. Obviously, this has a lot of people talking about it, and for various reasons. Obviously, we're really hyped about it, the great graphics and all the special things with that, but then some people were a little disappointed about the price point. But me personally, I think because this is like a premium thing, you can still use your Xbox One S. This isn't an absolutely must-have necessary, but if you want the premium experience, I can see that. I can understand the price point. And then, of course, with the games here, Assassin's Creed Origins is really just taking it home, man. And my favorite was Life is Strange, which has got 6%, but that's okay. It's all good. All right, so we're gonna see what you guys have to say right here. So, starting off right here, Melissa says, I'm actually excited for an Assassin's Creed game. First time since the days of Ezio. Legendary. Ezio's just such a great assassin. All right, and then Adam says, the Assassin's Creed Origins gameplay just had a Zelda moment with the bow. Interesting. Let's just hope the bow doesn't break. Yeah, all right. Here we go. Does this play? You know what? It doesn't play, but it looks really cool. So there's the bow right there. It makes a comeback. So that's super exciting stuff. Right here, we've got The Rock better make an appearance as the Scorpion King in Assassin's Creed Origins. That's all right. I like that, Aiden. That's good. Here we go. So then when some people are kind of complaining a bit about Minecraft, so they're saying, why do I see Minecraft at every single E3? What's up with that? I still don't understand Minecraft hype, and I never will. Oh, come on. There we go. But you know what? we kind of wanted to see like a bunch of 4K stuff, and then Minecraft isn't really, you know, it's a bunch of blocks, but it's still super cool. But I'm also the type of person who builds a new PC for League of Legends, so I can't really talk that much. So anyway, right here, people excited about Sea of Thieves, people excited about all the things. Such a great press conference, but right now, we're gonna go back to Geoff.
All right, thank you very much, Mal. Just taking a few photos of the Xbox One X. First on set here with Carl and Major from Xbox. We had you guys last year.
Yes.
The Xbox One.
We're back.
And we had so much fun. We bring you back. So we saw the reveal of the box in the press conference, but no one was holding it physically. So here it is. We're going to get nice and
Well,
close.
I want to point out, up until this point, we've been showing off this
Chip.
guy.
Yes.
So this is the
inside?
chip
Yep.
that is inside and that powers the console. And now today we revealed where the chip will sit inside of, and this is the Xbox One X. This is the smallest Xbox we have ever made.
I was going to say I almost want to have a One S so we can compare, but that was so it's smaller than the One S.
Yep.
And looks similar in design, which I think was part of the goal, Carl, right?
Yeah. So Carl and his team worked on the design, as you know, and I mean clearly designer, not designer. So Carl, why don't you tell us a little bit about the team putting this together?
Yeah, so we've been working on this product. We're really proud of the work that's gone into it. It's truly been a collaboration to get it this size and 40% more powerful. So it's really crafted from the inside out. So it took design and engineers working super close together to make this happen. So.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the elements and features of it here. Can we touch it?
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, controller, same controller?
Yeah, this is the same controller that was shipped with the Xbox S.
Okay.
Of course, it has Bluetooth inside and so forth, and the team has continued to refine it and just make it feel better, but it's essentially the same controller.
Okay, so let's maybe start on the
How's
front.
it feel?
Feels really good.
Yeah.
Love the bottom there. That's a cool texture to it. So let's start on the front here. Guys, what can you tell us about? So we've got a USB here, right?
Correct. It's got a USB port. It has the pairing button. It also has an IR blaster on the front there. And the eject button for the ODD slot, which is also 4K media.
Right. Okay. So and how? Tell me about. I always care about lights. So this lights up, does it?
It does. It does. It has. So the Xbox One S and the X are both designed to be a family of consoles. It's the first time we've ever done this from Xbox. And so, when, if you did put them side by side, they do share a similar appearance.
Okay.
But they also share the same behavior. So just like when you turn this on versus the Xbox One S. They both have the sound. They have the same interaction. We use the same principles for accessibility and for people to use these products.
Very cool. This is quite the unboxing.
Now, the other thing that I want to point out is it's also the ventilation is all on the sides and the back. And that's great if if you have a situation where you want to stack it.
Okay.
But in the Xbox One S, there's I think there's a fan grill here, right?
That's correct.
There's a fan grill. So the team worked completely. They completely rebuilt the inside and made it so that the air is pulled in on the sides and then exhaust out the back.
Very cool. Yeah. So let's talk about the back here. One thing that Aaron Greenberg mentioned is that all your plugs and everything from Xbox One S. Plug them right into this, right? Don't have to,
Yeah, I actually want to tell the story. I've had, this is not the unit I've had, but I've had a unit at home for quite some time, for a few months.
Everyone was saying something. Major's had this at home for months?
Well, I've been testing it. The team has been testing it.
What happens when the cleaning lady comes over?
It stays
covered up.
Yeah, exactly. But what happens is when you drop it into your entertainment center, your home, your office, you just go right down the back here and plug it one for one. So if you put the Xbox One S on the top, you can go click, 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 done.
Right.
There's also a small. If you look on the back here, does this one have a little dimple on the back?
It does.
Yeah, if you look on the back there, there's a dimple to tell you which HDMI port is out and in.
Yep.
So it's a small little tactile feedback, so that when you're, most entertainment centers, I know yours, Jeff, at your house, you got all that stuff in there. You've got every console known to mankind. So you're reaching behind and you're trying to plug things in. We want to make it easy.
Very cool. Yeah, HDMI in, out, 2 USBs, IR. And then audio, and then of course even the Ethernet.
Yeah, Ethernet.
Yep.
So
very cool. Yeah, and the thing that I do notice is the cooling on it on both sides here, and inside of this, I'm sure you guys will be showing it, but the engineering feat to get the insides to this size. Tell me, did you guys always know that you're gonna be able to make it this small?
Well, our aspiration was to get it as small as possible. So that's where we started piecing things together. We realized in order to cool that amount of power, we switched over to the new vapor chamber. And that actually enabled us to go to a different type of a system on the inside, which got us to that size.
Right.
So everybody, when we started piecing it together, designers and engineers, we started building these block models and form studies. And when we got to the size, everybody was feeling pretty good. Like, wow, this is not only the most powerful console, it's going to be the smallest one we've ever made.
Now, I said to Aaron Greenberg mistakenly that it was black. He said, well, you guys have a different name for the color. What is the name of the color of the console?
Well, right now we're calling it black.
Oh, okay. He was like, there's a special name.
We do have a special name. That'll be coming out later.
Okay.
But the history of...
You're holding back the black.
I'm holding back.
Okay.
But the very first console we ever did, the original Xbox, was black as well.
Yep.
So we do have a history of this. We really wanted to make this special. And it is, as powerful to gamers today as the original one is back then. So it's pretty.
The one thing I want to point out is you talked about the insides. Later this week, I'll be doing my daily show.
Yes, absolutely.
I have a video with one of our electrical engineers where he actually takes it major component by major component and assembles it right in front of me.
Oh, wow.
And it is fascinating to see
the insides.
The insides, not only the insides and all the components, how they work together, and the vapor cooling chamber, but just how little space there is in here.
I'm sure.
I mean, every piece, every millimeter is optimized.
And only one configuration right now?
That is correct. That is correct.
But there is something else nobody said today.
Yes.
Not only is it the smallest and the most powerful, I believe it's the densest console we've ever made. So like when you feel it.
There's so much in there,
Yeah, it's just so much. It's super packed in.
Wow. All right. And how big is the hard drive?
This one, which one do we have? I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
That's a great question. We got the 1 terabyte is what we were shooting for.
Will there be multiple sizes? Just 1 terabyte of the main hard drive. Okay, so 1 terabyte hard drive.
Yep.
I think some fans have been asking on Twitter, they were hoping for an Elite controller as well. Any chance that there'll be more?
The Elite controller, which we announced a few years ago, has been tremendously popular. And I know the team is really pleased with the success, and I know that Phil is interested in seeing what we can do there, but he hasn't made any announcements. That's up to Phil. You know Phil, text him.
See if we can get an Elite controller. But yeah, no, I think obviously, as you said, it really does sit nicely compared to the 1S, and only one color right now, right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
The
Yeah.
black. So you have the white 1S and the black 1X.
And I think you heard Aaron talk about it a little earlier, and of course Carl as well. It's the family of devices. When you sit them next to each other, and I think we had a graphic up a little bit earlier that shows them together. You can kind of see some of the design elements going through here. The grid here on the side is going to be very familiar for anybody that has an Xbox One S at home. Kind of this terrace design as well.
Yeah, what we're really trying to do is, so you'll notice on this one where we have the disk drive slot, it's sort of nestled in here under this overhang. So what it's doing is it's really creating a super clean and elegant form that's all about proportions. So when you put this at home in your entertainment system, it just feels like it's a powerful game console that's sophisticated.
A lot in there. And if I want to hook up my Kinect, I can still do that through the adapter?
Of course. Yeah, we've got the adapter. We've got all the USB ports in the back, of course. I know a lot of folks, Xbox, you can expand the storage with your external hard drives. I'll tell you one of the greatest things. I talked about bringing my unit home for testing, and it was great because I have all my games installed on an 8 terabyte external hard drive.
Right.
So when I brought my Xbox One X home, I dropped it in, plugged it in, signed into Xbox Live, everything was there. Right. It was seconds.
Now, let me ask you about VR for it, which is something that I think people talked about. I don't think you guys have necessarily announced a lot about VR, but this will work with VR headsets down the road?
We talked a little bit about that last year, and we're not sharing any details today, but this is certainly a tremendously powerful piece of hardware.
Okay.
And that's the thing is that it's designed, we designed it to really drive the experiences that gamers are demanding.
Right, okay. So if VR, we will be able to hook into it in some way.
Yeah, it could be, that's possible.
One day, Mage.
Possible.
We'll find out. All right, well, Xbox One S coming out on November.
One X.
I'm sorry.
One S. The
X.
Well, I also want to point out S is we've got in the US we've got a sale where you can get
$50 off. Right?
$50 off. Right. Xbox One S $249.
Well, you want to kick 50 off this today? Maybe?
Well, that's not up to me.
I think last time you tried to take it home with you.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
So security, but yeah. really excited. If you're looking at getting into the Xbox family, if you're an Xbox 360 and you want to upgrade it, you know, this thing is gonna Xbox One S or Xbox One X. You know, the entire Xbox family.
And then I know last year we had asked, we plugged it in because it was coming out, you know, a couple weeks later. Is this an actual working unit or it's still a prototype?
This
is.
This is working, yeah.
Cool. So we'll see that over at the show.
Yeah, we don't have the power with us. we learned
Start
our lesson
playing right
last
here.
year. Don't bring the power.
I know. I haven't seen the actual box yet.
Yeah, we don't. We do not have the actual box. We'll be unveiling that later on. We wanted to, you know, this is actually the very first time. You are the very first person on your show to show this console off. Of course, we showed it during the briefing, but to get their hands on it and
Show it to everyone.
feel the weight and the size. You're the first person, so.
Well, thank you, Major. We really appreciate you guys coming by.
We can for Geoff Keighley.
And it's great to see you. And we'll have your daily show that'll be happening throughout the week.
Monday,
so
Tuesday, Wednesday. Just fire up your Xbox One or over at mixer.com/Xbox.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. And this unboxing has been presented by the folks at Totino's Pizza Rolls. They're going to have a special partnership with Xbox that we'll be telling you more about in the weeks ahead. You can enter the Totino's sweepstakes for a chance to win your very own Xbox One console. The sweepstakes begins in October. No purchase is necessary, and you must be 18 years or older. The sweepstakes will end in April of 2018, and official rules, prize descriptions, and odds disclosure are coming soon, void where prohibited. Open to residents of the 50 United States and D.C. only. All right, well, we've got lots more coming up. We've got some news and notes that we're going to show you, some of the things that have happened today on the show. We've got, first of all, the Xbox One X was announced and unboxed right on our set for the first time. Xbox One, the entire family is backwards compatible, as we know, so if you play any game for Xbox One S, it'll also work on the One X. We also saw the reveal of Anthem from BioWare, which we will, in mere seconds, have more details on because the game's director is with us. And also, we got an exclusive first look at Fortnite from Epic Games that is coming to Xbox One X and also PS4 and PS4 Pro and everything. So lots there. All right, well, I'm really excited about this because a game that closed the Xbox press conference and we saw yesterday was the new title Anthem. And I'm happy to welcome the game director for that just announced title, Jonathan Warren. Jonathan, great to see you.
Geoff, nice to see you.
Great to see you. I got to say, the demo looked incredible. It's pretty cool to be closing the Xbox press conference with this title.
It was awesome. I loved it.
Well, let's dive into this because you know, I know the team up in Edmonton very well that did a lot, you know, back in the Mass Effect days. I spent a lot of time with Casey and the team and all the core leads. And you coming in, I'm just so excited about this new IP that, you know, EA had been teasing a few years ago, just a world. We didn't know what the game was going to be, and now we saw this incredible adventure. So, I mean, tell me about the world of Anthem. It seems like it's, you know, very action-oriented, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. We've created a very, very big open world for players to explore, and it's going to be something that is kind of brand new. I don't think you ever had the ability to really inhabit a BioWare world like this before. We're really excited about it.
So yeah, tell us, I mean, what is this world? What's the name of it? What can you tell us about it?
Well, I'm not quite prepared to talk too much about the name of the world.
Okay.
But we can say that, you know, Fort Tarsis here is one of your key places, a hub.
Okay.
We're going to spend some time here. This is where you're going to be able to customize your Javelin exosuits.
Okay.
You'll pick up quests here. It's going to be a real activity center for you.
Okay, so Javelin exosuit, we saw lots of action. BioWare is known for, you know, very rich, you know, RPG games. Yes. Are we playing with friends in this? How is it? Is it cooperative?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, for us, freedom is a big component for us. The ability for you to play and experience this game the way you want to play it, to be able to play with your friends in the manner that you want to. So you bet you'll be able to play with your friends. You'll be able to play by yourself. I think that people will be really surprised with how frictionless the whole experience is.
Speaking of friction, tell us about the antagonists. Who are we up against in this world?
Well, we have a diverse array of opponents that you're going to face. We're not ready to quite unveil a lot of the details just yet, but there's always going to be a great conflict in the world, whether it's natural enemies like you saw in the demo, with really fierce monsters and creatures, other humans in exosuits. I think you're going to be really challenged and surprised.
All right, so there will be sort of PvP as well as part of this.
I did not say that.
Okay, well, we're pushing you. That's what we have
good
to do.
try.
But
no, good try.
I gotta say, I mean, the world is just so majestic and beautiful. So I think everyone that loves BioWare wants to know about the lore of this and the world, and I'm sure you can't share a ton about it. But tell us, I mean, what is the thrust? What is your motivation in this world? Why do you have this javelin suit?
This is a very savage world. Humanity is on the lowest rung of the food chain here.
Okay.
And so people need these amazing exosuits in order to get out there and compete and thrive in the world. And you play as one of the heroes who has the courage to put on this armor and go out and explore beyond the safety of the walls of Fort Tarsus.
Wow, so obviously tons of cool flight mechanics to it.
Yes.
Which means you're going to be able to sort of go anywhere with anyone and explore. Tell us about the combat loop in terms of the weapons you have and how you're engaging with this world.
Yeah, you bet. So really, and what we showed in the demo today is you're going to be able to engage in combat in a variety of ways. Gunplay with an amazing array of different rifles. But you'll also be able to equip gear on your suit as well and customize that so you can approach it in different ways, right? Overpowering firepower, being able to adjust the loadout of your suit so it really suits your play style. That's something we totally expect and want players to dive into and get into.
Now, are you going to be telling the story kind of in-game or through cutscenes, or how will the narrative progress?
Well, I think the magic of a great open world game is that, we'll definitely tell a great BioWare story, that you might be accustomed to, but also giving you the freedom to kind of tell your own stories as you explore and dig in and uncover new things, right? And stories that you'll tell with your friends as well as, hey, we went and did this, we had this great adventure in the Longfall Ruins. Those types of stories are just another facet of what we're trying to do.
Will we get any romances in this? It's a BioWare game.
I don't think they want me to talk about that just yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, visually it looks incredible. And this is running, I assume, on Frostbite?
That's correct.
Yeah, no, it's visually, I mean, it looks just absolutely stunning. We saw multiple players in there. Tell us about EA's doing a lot now with sort of games as a service, this sort of ongoing adventure. I mean, what is the plan for this game? Is it sort of just one linear sort of story that we're going to get when we buy the game? Will it sort of expand over time, or what's your plan?
We definitely want this to be a game that people engage in over a long period of time and enjoy for over the course of months and years. So we're building the world in a way that we can continually expand it, that we always give you more reasons to come back and play it.
Okay.
So I think that packing a world like this full of stories is what we're really after.
Yeah, well, it's I got to say, it was really awesome to see it at the end of the Xbox press conference, and I'm sure there's much more to reveal about it. Have you guys said anything about when it's coming out, or when can we expect more?
I don't think we've gotten really specific about our date yet, but we're looking.
Coming this year or future?
2018, I think.
2018, okay.
The year that we're looking for.
Sometime. That's right. I think EA in some of the earnings calls and stuff has said that it'll be coming out not this year, but certainly looks absolutely incredible. And I can't wait. I mean, just the level of detail to it, and the combat, and the idea of you and your friends all coming together for all these threats and upgrades. Coming from BioWare.
Thank you.
We can't wait to see the depth of the experience, and I love it. It's so action oriented. It's great to see. Well,
yeah, we love it. We're really excited about it, and we really are excited for players to get their hands on it.
And tell me finally about the name Anthem. What for a long time people were wondering what it was going to be called. Why Anthem?
Well, we really love the idea of an anthem is something that unifies a group of people. It's something that gives them a sense of purpose that's bigger than themselves, and that's definitely something we wanted to imbue the IP with, and to imbue the game and the story with as well.
All right, so it really is camaraderie.
Exactly.
You and your friends going through this. Can you play through the entire game kind of just by yourself as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you can do whatever you want, and it's very exciting to see kind of visually what you guys are able to do with this. So we'll see more on it, but cool to see BioWare pushing in a different dimension with it, and cannot wait to learn more about Anthem.
Outstanding. Thank you so much.
You've been working on it a long time. It's a big day for you guys and the team up in Edmonton. So
Thank
give them
you.
all my best. All right, well, we're going to head back over now to Melanie Mack to see what's on the heat map. Mel?
Hi, Jeff. Thanks so much. So as you guys can see here, we have a map of the world, and all these glowy things, they represent all of you who are tweeting and posting all about the E3 goodness right now. So this just shows how massive E3 is. This is a worldwide amazing thing. We're all extremely excited for our games. So we're gonna go a little bit closer to home right here and read what some of you guys have to say. So Avengers Gaming says, can't wait buying it the day it comes out, no matter what. Xbox, congrats on your work.